we are on. If I should move this slightly. So I gotta make sure my hotkeys working. Let's see the thing. Yeah, we good. Okay. So it should change the task to say. We'll try. Huge folds grind. Alright, screw up. Put Liam on extremely quietly in the back. Alright, let's fucking do this. Feels very good to do a little practicing again after that hellish experience. What ended up happening was there was like on one of the sabuns, like notably the jacket had like a notable level of dirty weight on one side, and there's nothing I could do about it. I had to just accept it, unfortunately. But we're not gonna let that happen again. Who's screaming? Hello, Neko. Tomorrow we're gonna be streaming all day. Can I post pictures? Oh yeah, I'm gonna post it in the Kinjo room. Cause I don't want to post it in like Ford, yeah, or my server yet. How do I get to my link? How do I get to a link for my own? Okay, I think I know.
Shit, I just tanked the fucking lightning. How is that fair? Did I just find the bug? I was drifting with the
Okay, alright, we got it, we got it. I gotta make a banner at some point.
Oh my god. Not about me. Not about me. The shells don't go where you're
Okay, yeah, so basically we were upset with it because, especially on the Sabun, where she's leaning forward, the jacket looks like the left side, our left side in particular, looks like complete fucking ass. So we're going hard with the grind now. We're gonna grind all the way from now till the end of tomorrow, till like 12 at night tomorrow. So like 30 hours we're grinding. So what the fuck is this? How did this? Sorry. We're getting folds down once and for all. I'm starting with her actual jacket because I need to know like what the fuck I was doing wrong. I'm actually gonna do for a sec. I'm actually gonna do a copy real quick of the original games Tachier real quick. Because that was actually much less refined than the system that came after. But it was like a little more like intuitive and like easier to kind of like see what the thought process was. So I'm gonna start with that after this, and then like kind of build off of that, and, like see if that helps make shit make a little more sense. We'll see what happens. We'll see if this all starts, you know, making sense or not. It's gonna be a little bit rough because we're a little bit more concerned with pattern memorization than we are exactly the like. More concerned with pattern memorization than the actual like aesthetic of the copies exactly. But I'm gonna try to ensure I at least you know, understand. I'm gonna draw it as carefully as it proves to me that I understand what I'm doing. Yeah. I'll probably check how well the post did by the end of tomorrow. Because that's when they should have sort of finished their run. Pixiv works a little differently, though, in the sense that, because Pixiv is, like, tag search based, it's not quite the same as Twitter, where, like, the 24 hours, like, it's like the lifespan, like, cycle of the post. It's a little different because it lives on its tag first and foremost. It used to be more similar to Twitter. Now it's kind of got its own thing. I'm blown away. Yeah, thank you, Neko. Thank you, Based. Yeah, it's a little different now. So, but yeah, I'll check I'll see what happened. I'll check what happened end of tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out what to do with Twitter in terms of I could contrive a safe for work version, which I'm definitely gonna do with my other ones. Because I'm definitely keeping my normal Twitter like safe for work just because well, Elon Twitter, from what I understand, is a little bit safer than pre-Elon Twitter, but Regardless, I'm gonna keep it safe for work for now. That one, normally I would contrive like a safe for work version to upload, but I'm so sick of that picture because I did so many experiments on it, and the fucking jacket didn't come out the way I wanted anyway. That yeah, we're probably just gonna not do that for that one. But the other ones for sure. The other ones like the whatever else I'm making, I'll throw the Ruby painting up as well. That sort of practice painting, I'll throw that up. Yeah. So in general, yeah. Normally, yeah, I'm gonna cross post. Normally, I'll be cross posting Twitter pixiv. I'll be making like you can always contrive like a safe for work variant. My hand feels like almost like slippery right now because I guess because I was doing more like painting motions for a little bit. Also, what happened here? Why did this get so big and long? Who's that? So we'll see. This freaking circular pendant thing that's attached to the zipper is actually annoying as fuck to draw. I'm not really worried about it right now because I'm worried about the fold, so we're just gonna move over. This jacket in general is so specific, like what it wants, how it wants to be drawn. And I've periodically been attempting to draw it like since I started drawing, and we're copying right now. Obviously, we are copying. Yeah, and like periodically would just like go back to it and like find something new about it to get like owned by every time. But this time I feel like I'm ready to like close in on it. I feel like I'm ready to Where is that? Oh, it's the chat. Okay. Oh shit! I put shit in the oven real quick. I gotta grab that real quick.
I just need an item. Oh my god, it is over. Wait, look at the map. At every fucking item. What the fuck is that red shell? After all of that, I'm still busy. Because I don't have the map on.
Okay, alright, let's just... I'm rewinding the song to the beginning because it's key now. I don't want to miss it. Alright, let's just... I got that thing where like the food's like not fully getting right. Alright, we got it. The egg was like stuck. Yeah. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so alright. The first thing is that this the fucking hood part is extremely prone to dirty weight, for one. Although I actually felt like I gotta look at what I did, because I actually felt like so it was actually not that was giving me so much trouble this time. I feel like the solution was actually somewhat reasonable. It was definitely more the actual body of it that was giving me so much. Although there's a lot of crap that could be improved in the actual thing, the actual hood portion. So we gotta fix that. We gotta figure out exactly what the fuck this wants. Well, first off, I feel like it's should poster make sure it's on. I could pay, or maybe not necessarily paying, but I know that Fuyukane does check it sometimes. Or no, wait, maybe he doesn't. I was actually gonna send Fuyukane an appreciation letter. How sick I thought the game was and shit, and how impressive I thought his writing was. So maybe I don't know, maybe we'll combine it with that. Maybe I'll upload it and tell him that at the same time. Yeah. Alright, well, the reason this is so friggin'... because, like, the purples here are all, like, dangerously close, and the soft has to go in just the right, like, everything has to be, like, just the right softness. Like, this edge is slightly softer. Yeah, so, well, Snecko, that is what I was thinking I could do. And if if I get over how sick I am of that picture, then we very well may do that. Yeah, so there's like 4 tones going on here. There's like the dark, the very dark, the reflective, and it's like these subtle, it's these really like soft gradients that are just like right on the border. Like if anything was off, they'd be fucking dirty, which is what makes it so hard to actually capture this feel.
I'm going to change the rules in the challenge, and I just need to win.
YouTube, I think, maybe because U-Block is dead. Oh no, never mind. This is just because this track is fucked up. This track is silence because of copyright.
somebody ghosts me though. Oh my god. Holy shit, I got everybody then.
Okay. Alright, skip that. Yeah, because even on this border, this is a shockingly soft edge. And the difference between the darker part and the lighter part is extremely subtle. Which, yeah, I mean, is prone to the fucking the dirty weight, but the ugly weight, but you got to do it just right. Yeah, because there's like a really soft edge here-ish. Because it starts a little harder. And then it softens out a little bit as it goes. But it still has like a clear edge. Gets a little bit darker in here. Gradiates out to like a thing over there. It's like these very specific shapes it wants to. These very subtle round turns like that. Because if you look, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this area is so prone to, because it's really this edge in particular. This part of the edge getting made soft. But it's so subtle. So prone to turning into mud. Part of it is definitely getting the right, like, subtlety of the directional changes. Because the shape is very influential on the actual, because obviously the color matters, but the shape is definitely like particularly influential. I think because like one of the problems I think I was running into was that it was just hard shapes were just too frequently coming out. And it doesn't want hard shapes. It wants these like kind of long-winded directional changes. Like a car taking a really wide turn. Let's take a bite.
Holy shit, look at those shells, dude. What? My item. Why didn't I grab it? The thing about being in age is that did the balloon just bounce off of the wall? Do not fucking say blow. I just spit. I didn't waste it. How is that my fault? I just hit the button to use it like a normal person. Oh my god! Fuck you! I'm gonna kill some crap. I thought that was real, man! Oh my god! I actually feel like I'm gonna win this.
Yo, Elnu, how's it going, man? We are doing good. Well, we're doing good now because I'm done with what I was doing, but basically I was finishing. It was a mix of impromptu, like, experimenting and trying to get one of my pictures done for pixiv upload, and it was there's parts of it that just did not go well at all. So we're trying to, like, we're just grinding that shit out now. I don't want to ever go through that again. It was a terrible experience. I'm happy to be done with it, but yeah. Otherwise, we're back. I think I ended up taking like several days off of streaming because of that, and because I was like, I had a few days where I was just kind of like what was I doing again? I was writing some shit. I was thinking of streaming it, but it's hard to stream writing. It was I enjoyed streaming the one writing thing I did. I can't remember why I didn't want to immediately stream it. I think it's because it was game related, and some of the game related stuff is hard to stream. Writing wise, but at any rate, we are back. Yes, tomorrow will actually be even a lot earlier. Because I've actually been up for a little bit now. I just had to finish up my crap. But tomorrow will be like almost like, I don't know, we'll probably be like, I'll probably start around like 12 or something. Possibly earlier. But yeah, so we're just gonna grind all today and tomorrow because I gotta get this shit down. Then we'll be back to like, you know, working on the devlog shit. Finally getting the devlog done because I really want to get that crap done. I'll write a little on stream. Usual stuff. Welcome back, Howard. Thank you, flat expression face. I'm looking again when I post notifications. I'm doing some. Oh yeah. Let me take a look. I legit thought I was done. I see. Yeah. No, that happens. That's like. That's classic. Looks good, honestly. Yeah, it does look good. I mean, I understand if you want to do more with it, but it's got a good. Oh, good luck. Line work and shit.
Oh my god.
Dark, yeah. Makes the stroke on the first guy. I didn't even notice. Because, like, especially when I look at kanji, especially because, like, I obviously, as we've gone over, like, I don't, like, most kanji I don't know how to write, so. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think I see it. Yeah, yeah. Also, we look at typed kanji so much. Typed kanji will actually just straight up, like, eliminate a stroke sometimes for space. So I feel like as Gaijin, it's really easy to not get like to not take offense with missing strokes. Mr. Rainbow, how's it going, man? Hope you are well. We're just grinding. We're gonna be grinding for like a while to the end of tomorrow. Because I desperately need to get better at clothing folds right now. Alright, so this shape is definitely important. I'm gonna kind of try to... And in the contour, a lot of this sweatshirt stuff is described through the contour stuff. The contour is extremely important. Because if you throw too much detail on the actual body, it gets, it gets cluttered. It loses its, it stops conveying its material. Liam's playing Mario Kart and screaming. Yeah, and this one is interesting too because like it's not using for the actual body part of the sweatshirt. It's not using much in the way of. It's mostly just using one tone, and as a result, the tone color is extremely light. I mean, it's only this part that's really there's even much of a second tone at all. It's just like on one stroke, basically. Remember when I was drawing my illustration for 3, I was thinking it was not bad. I'm like, yeah, yeah, it's just how it is. How it is. I made some like crazy stuff. I would make absolutely crazy stuff during my first couple of years because I was just like a mix of just like not really like naturally geared for art, and like art is not one of those things that like comes naturally to me, and also just big on like experimenting and just trying random bizarre shit with no basis and any sort of real like good ideas, or because this is before like Saito was telling you like don't do that, that's fucking retarded. So I would just try like crazy shit all the time, and it would produce some really funny results. I got to see them as I was going on my pixiv again to sort of revive my pixiv. I saw some of my old shit and some of the crazy stuff I would try. It's all privated, but it was pretty funny. Because it's like, it's weird because it's like, it's not like I didn't get EXP while doing that stuff, but like, it's very like undirected EXP. It's very like it's EXP without like a without too much of like an actual hard research component. Maybe slightly, yeah, because you're always trying out like gestural things and whatnot, but you're not, if you're just trying absolutely bizarre shit, then you're not getting, you're not really getting any like hard stylistic knowledge or anything in the process. So those days were fun. Feeling like I was blind while drawing. Yeah. Well, your eye changes like rapidly as you go. It changes rapidly. I mean, it feels like, sometimes I feel like my eyes are just reborn every, I don't know, 6 months. Like everything looks different. Everything. Like whether it's something you made or something someone else made or whatever, just everything looks completely different. Okay, so Noir's hand is actually here. Hold on, let me take a bite of my shit.
Wait, is it actually just the same, the spammer? I'm just floating at 80 AMH. Just wondering if that's it. Thanks. Thank you. I need this. That's what I need.
Um. What? Bottom. How's it going, man? We are grinding. We're gonna be grinding all day to the end of tomorrow. Well, we're gonna sleep, but we're gonna sleep in like 6 hours. But we're getting up and we are practicing folds till the end of tomorrow. Yep. I was trying to remember the main reason I wasn't streaming the last like 10 days, other than finishing my illustration. I can't remember exactly what it was. I did some non-art stuff, but anyway, at any rate, we're back to the groove. Because I was working on some writing stuff, Japanese writing stuff. I also just took a day to just like, I think it took like 2 days actually almost, to play a little Saku Uta. Because I needed to get some reading in, because I haven't done any Japanese reading in a bit, because I was so busy with shit. What the this is not where this hand would go. Return from work at 1. Yeah, that's crazy. Playing draw all night base. That sounds comfy. That sounds very comfy. Are you got another illustration, John? Last one came out really good. I know I just wanted to focus on the folds, but if there is like a hand interacting with the folds, I do want to, like, if something is like directly influencing the shape of the fold, I do want to draw the thing that's, again, if anyone doesn't know, we're just doing a quick copy of this real quick. Yeah, I do want to influence whatever, or draw whatever is strongly influencing the fold, at least kind of sketch it in.
If you place later than 4, then you get like an option to try. So we're not gonna get first. We simply need to.
But yeah, we were very, very upset with the limits of our fold understanding on the last picture, specifically with the subject of like more puffy material and all that shit. So we're taking a quick emergency grind, a little fold Graxx. Graxx is like a so you got rot maxing. Rot maxing is when you indulge in a unproductive, unhealthy behavior for an extended period, and then you can shorten that to Rax, like rot max, Rax. Graxx is when you take a very large amount of time to just grind and do nothing else. You're just grinding. It's Graxxing. I think I'll just practice today though. Nice, yeah. Based. Can practice and I'll be practicing in solidarity with you. Okay, so basically you get this little horseshoe fold from her hand. That's basically what that amounts to. And it's coming off of this. Here, goes up. And you get this little horseshoe shape. The hand does feel like slightly wobbly too. And there's a notable soft edge to this part. Because it's like slope. It's like this is like a slope. I like making terms. Like having terms for stuff. In a good way. Yeah. In a good way. You need to Alright, so that's... Oh, wait. Alright, so this one's just a hard edge, right? Alright, this was a good one to start with, because she did this one, like, simpler than the other ones. Also, I don't know why this got so fucking big. This is just... not proportional. But, at any rate, this one was pretty simple in that it's... Yeah, the sizes are still fucking weird. I don't know what exactly happened here. Like, the hood is supposed to be a lot bigger and stuff. But honestly, not that concerned with sizes right now. Like, normally this would be like that or whatever. Not gonna sweat it. On to the next. Oh, wait. Before we go on to the next, I forgot. Oh, also I did miss a shadow, because some of it is vague. Like, it goes... Yeah, there's one that, like, goes down all across the edge, actually, surprisingly. I actually would not have known to do that. And it's just a smooth gradient. Goes up through here, but it gets vaguer in this area. Great practice sesh, works as a great motivator, some kind of Benko. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, group practice sesh. Exactly. It's nice to know that your bros are in solidarity with you. I need to turn away. It's too... Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry. We're always like light theme maxed. This is how I like things.
Okay, so we actually never have to do this fucking track again. Ever. This is the last fucking time. We can simply retry just this track if we fail this one. It doesn't need to be a flawless cut. It needs to be a perfect cut and we'll retry. I didn't change the rules. Apparently those were always the rules. This guy talking the challenge decided to not tell me until I reset for a full fucking hour. Like, you're going to think I'm trolling, but I swear to you, and God does, you simply can't.
This is us. This is by us I mean me. This is me. Right here. This fucking Reddit. Nobody. Discord light theme users. Yes. Yeah, that's our pill. Alright, so moving on from this one, I think I got what I want out of this. And then there would just be a little shadow running out. It's funny because the shadow takes up the dead space here, so you don't really need like a fold here because of the shadow. So it's just something to keep in mind. Like if there's a cash out on something, that can essentially function as like a little fold. But I want to do the original. Yeah, light mold 100%. Yeah, that's like honestly like not that different from me. Like the difference with me is that like I usually try to at least keep the actual brightness output down like a little bit. I guess part of the reason I don't care is just because like I've always had like 20/20 vision with no sign of that stopping. So like I guess I just have like very not sensitive eyes. Christopher. Hello, Christopher. Yes, we're gonna pull up the original old ass Neptune Tachier from back in the day. there was a notable turning point. There was a notable turning point in the art, in Tsunako's art, between 2010 and like 2012-ish. Definitely by 2013, big time. And the old ass Tachie. I'm actually gonna look at the Rebirth one. Rebirth 1 after as well, because that one I think it was like based on it. I think it's like almost like a Saito correction of it, almost. I think it's like the same pose and a lot of stuff's in the same position. It's just drawn over, kind of corrected. I gotta find the actual original one though. You don't use any blue, right? I do actually, but only like when I'm like about to sleep. I used to swear by it all the time. Like at all times I would always have it on. But I eventually realized it wasn't actually like impacting my sleep or anything in any significant way, unless it was like literally close to bed. So I just ended up not caring. My brother is like obsessed with it. You're not upset, yeah, but he'll get angry at me if I bring the fucking blue lightning. Where is this? Where is this Tachi? I might have to pull up the Visual Chronicle and just kind of... Oh no, here it is. We found it. Here it is. That is the old ass. That is the old ass original Tachi. As you can see, like, things are a little different. Like everything's just like less refined and stuff. Some of the proportion stuff is like very subtly different. The painting and stuff has like the sort of like Atsunari aspect is coming through a little more strongly. So we're gonna do a quick little study of this one. Yeah, and you notice like everything in this one is funny because the puffiness of the material, like later on the material became more like it has this more kind of like subtle like it's constantly like emphasizing how like yeah, see, I don't understand it at all. I try to imitate it, but I don't get it at all. It has this very like subtle kind of thing to it, where everything is like puffy, and there's these like broad, round kind of motions to everything, like very minimal with the actual fold work. There's just like a few key spots where it's happening. But this original one was more, I think the fit, yeah, no, I don't blame you. It's good to, I can assure you it looks good, so. What you posted already looks good, so. It looked legit. But yeah, this one was like a little more straightforward. Like the material was less. The material hangs more like straightforwardly. There's like these harsher like little fold pockets that form, and you know, like you get the shadow there and the whatever. So I just want to kind of draw this and compare it to the other shit. See what we understand. See if I can. This is much easier to understand at least. So. And with 2020 vision thing, does that make drawing a lot easier to do? That is a good question. Just posted the improved version. Let's take a look. That is a good question. I actually don't know what the relationship between. Oh, sick! Yeah, no, it looks really nice. The gradients and stuff give it a Gives the dragon much more focus. Looks quite sharp. Should I show it on stream? The craziest thing I've ever heard about eyesight in regard to artists was that Naoyuki Onda has like a fucking defect in his eyes or something that like causes him to see everything like skewed or something, and he just draws knowing that that's there, like he's fucking Beethoven composing almost deaf.
It still blows my mind.
Yeah, it's like mind blowing. I guess that's just like a thing you can do when you've been drawing that long and you're that good. Just use glasses though. Yeah, well, I would assume glasses fix the problem. How's it going, Kara? This is L News pick. I'm very impressed. Greetings card. I don't think he fixed the kanji yet though. Or did he? No, he did. He fixed it. Akeome, yes. Akeome to everyone. I did do one stream after New Year's, I think. Or no, did I not? I can't remember. Japanese sport at uni competition. Oh, nice, yeah. That'll be interesting to see how that goes, how you do there. Could win, for sure. Alright, so the hood, yeah, because like the hood has a much more emphasized like pocket here. I think many people are submitting, so I got a chance. Yeah, well, I mean, it has like a very nice sharp, has a nice sharp complete look to it, so definitely. Oh, some of the, yeah, it's that type of thing. Christian type character. Intro, yeah. I feel like because when I was in college for like a very short period, I had I think like 3 semesters. I did do some Japanese class stuff for like, you know, basically the free, what essentially is like free credit. And I feel like there's always that type of, that's, I don't know if he's probably not quite the power level you're talking about, but I feel like you're always gonna find like at least that that sort of I guess like Zokuse, so to speak, that archetype. Oh dear. Yeah, so what's interesting about this one right out of the gate, I can say, is that like the directional changes are definitely a lot cruder than what it turned into, like, because you can even see like here. After this, she started drawing this thing with these really like firm, like minimalistic directional changes, and here it's more like there's definitely much more of a brute force feeling to it. So this is illuminating for sure. Is that a Hot Topic types Nintendo kids or Chugoku-chin? Yeah. That makes perfect sense. I remember we had to do a PowerPoint. We had to do one of those like stupid like sort of like waste your time like cultural thing PowerPoint. So mine was on Tanabata. And we gave the
Want to keep your K-pop popping even while your screen's off or you're using other apps? Get YouTube Music Premium.
I'm trying to remember what the fuck the I'm having a fucking mental block here. What are the Tanabata wish things called again? I'm completely mental blocking on the just Tansatsu, right? Tanzaku, that's right. Okay. Yeah, that's the Tanzaku you know, wish things. I showed a screenshot of from Haruhi. I showed like her wish. And I was like, "Oh, this is the I'm like, and here's an example of a Tanzaku from a certain famous anime character." And no one knew, and I felt like mad, like old. I couldn't tell if they just weren't like weeb enough, or if like they were too zoomer. But no one knew. No one knew who it was.
Oh my god, he's right there.
It's possible they just like couldn't read it, and that was influencing stuff. Although the actual screenshot of the show would like probably have a decent chance of giving it away. So I don't know why I'm drawing it. I'm just concerned with the folds here. Crunchyroll times, yeah. There was one who was like that. There was one kid there who was like into anime a little bit, but he was sort of like he was sort of like a, I don't know, like I guess like a Niwaka type, I guess. Is that the word I'm thinking of? I'm like fucking supposed to be working on my output, but I'm like forgetting like every fucking word. Yeah, Niwaka Fawn. Yeah, he was like a, I don't know if you can use that term for like anime watchers, but he was more like that type. Not much of a, not too much of a thinker. He actually did draw. He was actually pretty good at art. Like decent. Like much better than I was at the time. And I don't know whatever happened to him. He drew kind of like, it wasn't like quite like, I can't remember exactly what it looked like. I think it was kind of like a Koreatoon thing, if I remember correctly. It wasn't the most appealing thing in the world. Kind of like with like a little bit of like amekomi. I should have done it. Yeah, exactly. If it was a bigger class, that would have been funny. I think the final members of the class was like 5 people by the end, because everyone would drop out. Because it's like a basic like community college thing. Like no one lasts in those. The classes are always like empty by the end. Yeah. Yeah. African art is off the chain, man. It's very diverse and good. Can't be topped. Rutgers and Princeton are also classics.
Where the fuck did he come from?
Not sure if I've seen those ones, to be honest. Oh, wait, yeah. The Rutgers one was just, was this one, yeah.
I think it's comical. Actually, honestly, I probably am. Because I'm way past my normal bedtime. This time yesterday, I was taking a 3 to 5 hour nap. Then I woke up. I had to play some RuneScape. And I went back to bed at like 6:30. Got a third place light. We'll just save this for the rest and we'll win. Baby need is milky and nappy. That'd be weird, man. Had to, that's the way to put it. I did have to. I had to get up and do something because I had to it's called polyphasic sleep. I had to get 2 sleeps so I could wake up later to preserve energy for tonight's sleep.
Yes, that was the period that introduced me to him. I think I was roughly keeping up from there until he was hanging out with Don Jolly, and he just like wasn't updating the Gumroad enough and shit, and that was pretty much it. Yes, I haven't kept up with what he's been doing, but people brought some pretty funny stuff to my attention with the fish tank stuff. Oh, speaking of hassle, that reminds me. Did you see fucking Chibi on get caught on Japanese variety shit? This is like one of the most insane things ever. And it had nothing to do with the fact that he's already a meme. He's just that much of like a living like meme gem factory. Where is it?
But why would they take all of my bananas? And only take
Yeah, here it is. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, well, I'm sure it's all over YouTube. Just Chibi in Japan. Didn't see much of his stuff. He lost my respect when he said season 2. Who are you talking about, Chibi or Sam? Scuff a realtor. Oh, Chibi. Oh, is that rings a bell? No, this is the speedrunner, the infamous speedrunner.
Well, I didn't see it. Oh my god! I actually just wasn't even looking. I didn't see the card. Just popped in.
Yeah, if you look up I would really prefer if you would be quiet. You'll get the what made Chibi famous. Sam, yeah. Sam loves anything that's like that was like 80s kid core. And initial T, yeah. Actually reminds me, I totally forgot. I was reading Mushoku and I was looking forward to finishing it. But I completely forgot because I got a bunch of Vinnies on my lap now and shit. I don't know when I'll get back to it. You watch Shokugeki no Soma? It's mad random. I wonder if that just means that he just watches a lot of shit.
Talking about Sam?
I guess.
Yeah, he watches. I think he kind of keeps up with Jump stuff.
Oh, he keeps up with Jump shit.
Yeah, because he's the Irish one.
Well, if there's a Jump thing to keep up with, that's a better one. It's a better pick. We want Elner. We want to believe because it was fire so far. I'll let you know what I think. It's the closest thing I've read that felt like reading Haruhi again. It has nothing to do with the fact that what's his name? Fucking Tsukita does the narration. I didn't even see the anime, so it's just like the way it moves, like the way it like moves, like moods around, like so like subtlety or so subtly, like the whatever mood is in the foreground is like never like the important one. It's always like the background detail, like the ebb and flow of like the gradual buildup of things and like the subtle like bigger ideas. And it'll introduce arcs and they'll conclude without like a clear. They'll like conclude with all this like latent with like latent tension basically that just kind of like passes itself into the next arc, I guess. Yeah, like the next like chunk of content, which is like that was like super like that's like mad like Haruhi core. That's like what I best know like Haruhi for. The way like arcs will like conclude, and treat it like, oh yeah, that's the conclusion, but then it'd be like all this shit building up in the back and all that stuff. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna. It's got my faith till the bitter end. Definitely didn't watch that much. You just mentioned a couple. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess that's like more and more. That's probably just more and more common. Also, again, yeah, if you're like an '80s kid and shit, you're gonna see at least there's gonna be a few key ones that you've probably seen, which would possibly influence you to at least like lightly keep up at like a kind of like normie level. Yeah, so this is interesting because this shit is actually just like way less fucking systemized than the shit after. It's actually almost confused. I thought this would clarify things more, but it's actually almost in some ways making it more fucking confusing.
Fucking god.
Because on one hand, the actual like shape is like more easily, like intuitively derived. But on the other hand, it's like it's just like less systematic feeling. It still looks really good though, so. The line thickness shit was like more crudely noticeable here too. Like there's more like abrupt shifts between the thicker lines and the thinner lines. Speaking of anime too, I fucking fell out of my 2 episodes a day rhythm because I got so caught up with a bunch of shit I wanted to get done. Happens every time. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta start doing it religiously. I'm never gonna get to all the shit I want to get to. I'm also like really eager to finish Shakuuta as well, so whenever I got any free time, I just reached for. I just kind of reached for that. I really want to finish it, see what's going on. The 3 middle routes were... I started watching... How do you even say that? I almost wanted to say Ebi. Oh, Ama-chan. Ama-chan.
He's just look at how fast he's going for no reason. It's not winnable. Look at the map. Look at the map. Look at how fucking fast he is. Look at this. He just like.
I'd say this is a J drama.
Shit, man.
Currently finishing Toradora. Nice, Toradora is good. Famous J drama. Ah, kind of, yeah. Free Run and Apothecary been great in terms of airing stuff. Yes, we will definitely watch those. I think I was most enjoying. I was most enjoying. I was most enjoying at the moment Hoshikuzu because Kirara hits different for real. 100 fire emoji hits different. Yeah, I was enjoying it. Anyway. It's like when the Kirara shit is good, it's just so enjoyable for me. Also, I think I already mentioned this last time, but I finished the Gochiusa manga, and holy fuck, it was insane. It was so good. It's like technically still ongoing, but it's like basically done. But yeah, I think tonight we might be able to watch a few. Now that I hit like a benchmark with my work. Can at least get maybe 1 ep in before bed of something. I want to fucking finish Shakuuta though. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, everyone's been into Free Run. I definitely want to watch it. All the animation work I saw on it looked super good, so. The one, though, every time I see the one girl from it with like long straight hair and shit, I always think of Burn from Umineko. Never remember to keep up with currently airing stuff. Yeah, typically, if I'm gonna watch anime, I typically will, almost as like just a rule or a habit, I almost always pull at least one currently airing thing, or thing that just aired recently, and then something kind of like older. That's usually how I've always done it. Because I always want to know like what's up. Because I mean, if you're trying to make shit, like you always want to know what's relevant, what's the current creator meta. Like also if there's like good writers who are having their shit featured in shit, like you wanna know that shit. I'm mad like writer centric these days. Like I try to just like, it's almost always like, oh, there's something like I know this writer, or there's something relevant, or I just find out that like I try a thing and realize it like, you know, it has like a strong writing to it and all that stuff. That's like pretty much been the rudder for like my anime watching for the last like while. Yeah, that's why I had to watch Oshinoko. I just binged it after it finished because I was hearing about like, oh, this manga got like so fucking mainstream. This guy was already like well liked, specifically for his writing. On his previous shit. It's a very mainstream magazine though, so I'm like, that can go. Well, Young Jump is not like super, like obviously it's normal Jump, it's Shonen Jump, that's the super fucking mainstream one. But it's close enough that it's like, okay, this could just be like popular for no reason, but it was like so big. It was like, I had to take a look and I was like, oh, this dude's actually good. Like this dude knows his shit. And it's funny because like obviously he has Akasaka goes back, like he was a graphicer on fucking Tsubihebe. He was a graphic assistant, like he painted some Tsubihebe backgrounds and shit. So he like is familiar with like the VN industry and shit. And I swear, if you get good writing, if you get like people who like know their shit in any capacity, like I swear to God, like every time the VN industry is like right around the corner. Like every time, even if it's just like they took heavy influence from a couple of VNs or something, it's always like, it's just always right around the corner. One episode a week, yeah, a lot of it is that, Carol. Like a lot of it is that really, really vile, like I don't know what to call it, like that value on participation over substance. Like they're watching to discuss with people who watch. Like that's the point, and like that has always disgusted me. I've never liked that. I've never liked that's like a thing. I've always like taken issue with that. So yeah, it's just that's always been like you know, like, oh, let me watch this shit, and it leads to some like comically ridiculous shit, like people watching on like fucking 2 times and shit, 2 times speed and stuff, leads to some real insanity. People watching while gaming, the whole 9. Like you name it, people are doing it. Whatever is the most like weird droid like consumer thing you can think of, it's happening. So yeah, that's like really vile to me. Usually I let something fill up at least, because I like watching typically a couple eps a pop. So usually I'll let something fill to like 8 or 9 eps. That way I can, it'll be like close to done by the time I'm, caught up or whatever. I can, maybe binge the 8 eps, wait a couple weeks, catch the last 4 or 3 or whatever. Yes, those exactly, Kara. Those are the types with like the 1K watched, the 1K plus watch stats and stuff. It's actually like insane. Yes, would I recommend Oshinoko? Yes, from what I've seen, I would recommend it. Like, it's strong. It's not like, it's definitely not like peak, like, but it's very strong. Like, it's solid. It's very solid. It's been like very solid for what I've seen up to it so far. Like, everything like does a thing. The characters are well written. Like, it has a plan. It's cooking its plan, etc. So definitely good stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, there was as far as like the long first episode thing, it happens sometimes. Like Grisaya's second season, that was an hour long one. I think it, or maybe it was like 50 minutes. I can't remember. But yeah, I wanted to keep reading Oshinoko, so to see if I could like, to see like how, like if it, keeps delivering and shit. But I ended up not wanting to read it because the manga art is notably a little rough around the edges. Especially going off the anime, which was like really on the ball with like facial expressions and shit. And most of what you're seeing is solid or very good drawings to pace it. And then like the manga is just like pretty much always kind of rough. And there were times where like I wasn't even exactly sure what a character's expression was trying to tell me and stuff, and it was kind of frustrating. And I'm like a shit manga reader to begin with. Like, I literally read manga like slower than novels. Like a page in manga will often take me like longer or just as long as a page in a novel. So I was like, alright, fuck it, I'll just wait for season 2. But yeah, hopefully it keeps it up, because it was good. It was very good. Not peak or anything, but it was very good. And hopefully it keeps rolling. But yeah, I always try to, I'm really just there for like writing relevance. Always these days, I find. Which makes it a little hard because if I'm thinking about writing, I'm usually going to obviously reach for like a Vinny first. But I always like really love the actual like medium of anime and shit, especially TV anime. So I really like keeping up with that whole thing. Yeah, it's so different. Like manga is like so like manga, you know what I mean? Like it's such like a thing. It's like its own skill. It's its own like. I'm not good at digesting black and white pictures also. Like black and white pictures always give me like shit. I have like a fucking I don't know, like an autism with black and white. I always end up misinterpreting shit. What was it? There was some manga I read like the shitty colored version of just so I could more easily tell what was going on. I can't remember what it was. What the fuck was it? I don't remember what it was, but I was reading the colored version. Yeah, it's hard to. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Well, Carol, as far as manga itself, comes from good writing in manga is always ironic as fuck because. Yeah, take it easy, Ellen. Good luck with that. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's funny because good writing in manga is always ironic because the format is built around being like the most like kind of slop of all the mediums, and that it's like the whole like point of the medium is to just give people a little high concept thing, hook them in with the high concept thing, and then just kind of always rely on one little cheap kind of like cliffhanger, or some kind of novel moment to moment novelty. Yeah, exactly. It's often like yeah, exactly, Chris. Like that's one of the reasons I feel like stuff like there's a lot of reasons, but I feel like that's one of the reasons like Kirara, for example, just did end up getting like the better culture it had. I think the main reason though is I think it is deeply, if you actually look, it is deeply ultimately connected back to because it is heavily associated with the core like VN scene in many ways. Obviously Madoka just being a really obvious example of like, okay, you got Gen from VNs, and then you got Ume from from that whole scene coming together and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Jump with the rank. Everything lives and dies by the rankings. The rankings correspond to a very like low intelligence, immature fan base who are not reading it for any sort of sophisticated concern. They're reading it for really, really basic, childish appeal things and stuff. So it's not going to lend itself to a good culture a good writing culture by nature. That's why it's actually really funny because it's super funny because like fucking it was like almost the same joke in because obviously there's the famous he's like one of the like he's like one of the goats of writing. Tanaka Romeo wrote Cross Channel and Kazoku Keikaku and shit. I only read Cross Channel, but it was fucking insanely good. In Jinryu ga Suitai Shimashita, he has an episode. I don't know if like the anime adaptation, I don't know if this was like directly pulling from the novels or what. But at any rate, the anime had an episode where it was like entirely just fucking essentially joking about how manga writing is like so retarded and just built on like one cheap hook after the next. And in Little Busters, there's basically the exact same joke made when they're when you're playing the baseball game. The one heroine, Rin, is like really shy, and like gets like nervous, gets like stage fright and shit. So between like rounds or whatever, they keep pulling her aside and taking her mind off it, and the thing they keep doing is coming up with like a manga and coming up with like a way to continue the manga. And it's the joke is essentially, manga is just a bunch of retarded, superficial like hooks to keep people reading and shit. So it's like they both made the exact same joke. And you can tell, it's one of those things that like any like real writer is gonna take issue with that. And obviously in Japan, like you can't criticize like shit publicly, so that's that's kind of their way of doing it. Anyways, funny as fuck. But yeah, when you do get the really good writing in manga, it does happen. Obviously, every like here and there. It's always fucking ironic. It's always an ironic use of the medium. It's not like, it's not how the medium is usually built. Manga also attracts a lot of speed readers who just, yes, that's very true. This is very true. Very true. Oh, good night, Neko. Copied faces and jaw, yes. Turned out quite good, nice, epic. I will possibly see you tomorrow, yeah. Probably, I mean, if you're up during the day tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow as well. Yes, well that's the really cool thing about manga is that like it is basically like a neat as in like well presented. It's like very like neat storyboarding essentially. I mean it's very similar to like actual storyboards on anime. So it's like it's basically like a whole like a one guy anime, which is actually just cool as fuck. That's why I was like, it was funny like reading Gochi Yusa because like whenever I read like a really high level written VN or something, I'm always thinking how like, oh, this would be so cool to get if it would be so cool if this got like the most fucking like fire anime ever. Just like some like Kyoani shit. But after reading Gochi Yusa, like I only like half felt like that because it's like, okay, there's the and Gochi Yusa did get an anime, and the anime is not bad at all, but it's not, it's a very budgeted anime, yeah, you just don't get that feeling as much because you're like, all right, well we're already seeing it has very good art. The manga art is really good. Very consistent, very good. We're essentially seeing like a theoretical anime here, so that's like really cool. It does satisfy it like half satisfies the desire for that type of thing. It's just so fucking this is I was expecting this like earlier version to be like more simple, but it's actually just like confusing me more. Because it's like more Atsunuri. It's just like confusing, and the folds are definitely like less systemized. They're less subtle, so they're easier to see, but they're less systemized, making them harder to understand. But yeah, that's what I would like to practice, practice making some manga myself and shit. Saito was also saying how like if you do make manga, it's like really really good for improving your sense of like lines and shit. It's really good for improving your sense of oh, how thick should this line be? Like how clean should this line be, etc. All that crap. How thick should this line be in proportion to this line? How many lines do I need to describe this thing? All that kind of shit. Line art's checked as fuck, yes. Definitely. Yeah, it's very like, when that shit's done well, it's just very, it's always just really attractive to look at. I was making a test manga page. I gotta finish it. It has one panel. And I'm gonna make like a really dumb joke. I already have the joke in my head. I'm not gonna say it until I actually make it. It's just gonna be like a stupid 2-coma joke. Yeah, a doujinshi or one-shot one day. Yeah, it's nice too. That's the really great thing about pixiv. and stuff, and even Twitter, is that like if you're already liked for your illustration, you could just put up a little bit of manga and like people, you know, you already got a platform, like you don't have to publish anything or, you know, it's easier than ever to just make someone read it as long as you're, you know, good enough at art. Which is why I think, especially with, you know, the number of available artist jobs, you know, getting harder and harder to get every year because of there being more and more artists and stuff. And, you know, that space getting taken and stuff. I feel like more and more we're going to see good illustrators turning to manga for a platform more and more and more because they're the first in line to get people to care about their manga. So I do feel like the future of manga is going to be getting those seats filled more and more by good artists. Because manga obviously traditionally was always the medium where like you can be lax on your art, like your art doesn't have to be like, you know, at that illustrator standard and stuff. But I think we'll be seeing less of that as time goes. Or alternatively, we might also see people who are just like pretty good at art but really good at writing occupying that space as well. I could also see that. Like, you're good enough at art to attract people to the manga. And then your writing is, like, on point enough to get people to actually, like, stay and be interested. I could see that happening maybe as well, but I think it'll take some time. But I do kind of see that as the future, because... you know, it's funny because, like, Soshige were one of the big things that kicked open the kind of illustrator renaissance of the 10s. It was, like, Nico vids in general, especially, like, Vocaloid stuff. You know, like, Toho fan stuff, just whatever, any sort of internet thing. And Soshige that were like also light novels getting more popular. But yeah, those were like the two big like factors that created like the higher demand for illustrators, the increasing demand for illustrators. And the thing that was funny about Soshige is that like for a while, Soshige were a mishmash of illustrators just doing their own thing and being barely art directed, and just kind of throwing their shit in for like a long time. It was that. Like if you go back to like some classic ones, or if you go back to the real old ones, they're basically like just the equivalent of like the early ass days of the arcades when they weren't even games, they were just machines that basically ate your money. That's like the old ass Soshige, like your 2011 Soshige. They didn't even have music, and they usually wouldn't even have original assets. They would usually just be like rips of like promo art or something from like an existing anime or something. But when Soshige started getting closer to real games and stuff, like you got shit like Million Arthur, written by Kazuma Komachi, and he wrote like an actual like real deal story for that and shit, which was very ahead of its time because that was like fucking 13 or something, 2014. Very ahead of his time in that regard, because he wrote like a good ass. He didn't like treat that as a joke. He actually wrote like legitimate writing for that. And the game itself is barely a game. It's just like it's an autoplay game, even simpler than like the autoplay games of today. But yeah, it didn't have like, it had an art direction for its main stuff, but most of the people contributing were just illustrators just doing their thing. They would just draw an original illustration, design a character, and that becomes a new unit. It's just in their art style. It's a bunch of different art styles coming together. It's just a hodgepodge of art styles of artists doing their thing and stuff. And so that was like a lot easier for new artists to get in on. And it kicked up the demand for illustrator jobs like significantly. So many people got their first gig. Like if you actually see, like actually speaking of Million Arthur, there's that one artist. I think she's some kind of Southeast Asian or something. I can't remember her name. She's pretty famous now. I cannot remember her name though. I'm definitely not gonna remember it, but she's kind of famous. I think she does VTubing shit. I don't know if she still does it. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember her name, but her first job actually was on Million Arthur, and she wasn't like phenomenal at the time by a long shot. She was just like good. Like she was a good amount, you know. She was noteworthy levels better than I am and shit, but she wasn't like anything to jump up and down about. She wasn't at the level that like, by any means that like, you know, like Azure Lane would want or something nowadays. But at any rate, yeah, there was so little unity between these things. Like even more than the ones that want, even more than the ones that still mix art styles, like FGO and Azure Lane and stuff. Even more than those, it was just kind of a free for all, anything goes. And there was all sorts of varying skill levels, and yeah, so many people like got on the map from that at the time. But like now, you think of Soshige, and it's like it's more the norm now for them to just be similar to like a normal video game. There's a unified art direction. There's, you know, a lead artist making sure everything has its, you know, unified look and shit. You know, thinking of stuff like you know, like Pre-Kone and stuff. I don't know what the fuck happens here. I don't know this. Let's just kind of throw that away. Thinking about stuff like Pre-Kone and stuff. Wow, the proportions are fucking bizarre here. I did not do this right. This got too big. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'm honestly not that concerned with the proportions right now. But yeah, that means less ease of entry into the industry. And if you look at the people who are wanted for being featured in a Soshige, for the ones that still do a hodgepodge of art styles and stuff, the standards are so much higher now than they were in like 2014 and stuff. And you'll notice it's a lot of repeating names. Like it's a lot of like, okay, they want, you know, like Nagishiro Mito or something. You know, they don't want some new guy. You know, they want the guy who's already proven himself. He's already sick, and he's just getting more sick every year. So it's one of those like light novels. On the other hand, will always have. I think the light novels will always have an easier time getting into. I think just because there will always, the way the medium works, there will always be so many more of them. There'll always be like the new writers that, you know, they don't, you know, the publishing companies don't necessarily feel like they need to slap like a superstar on the art of. So it could be, you know, they can take a risk on like you know, maybe save some money on like a more new, more amateur new guy. But obviously the standards there are really, really high too. So yeah, that's just like my really like kind of long-winded perception of how it's like so fierce out there now, the competition for the competition for being an illustrator and all that shit. Thoughts on Vocaloid? I was really into keeping up with Vocaloid shit in like from like 2013 through like 2015. I played like all the Project Diva games that were out, or at least most of them. I watched like every like famous, not everyone, but I watched like most of the famous like Vocaloid like videos and songs and stuff, and like I was familiar with a lot of it and stuff at the time because it was, to me, it was very, very much that culture I'm talking about, that Nico culture that I kind of call like the virtual Akiba, so to speak, like that like Nico culture in its prime. Vocaloid to me was very much that. Like that culture was like Toho, Vocaloid, and like game GKOs and shit. Yeah, so I very, very much associated Vocaloid with that whole scene, and I'm so happy. I was actually just saying this to my brother like 2 hours ago. Like, I love the fact that at least I got to like, my Japanese was terrible and stuff, but I at least got to like catch the very closing years of that like whole Nico culture scene, and see what they had done and stuff up to that point, and kind of pretend I was there a little bit. And yeah, to me Vocaloid will always be that. It will always be like that. Like, to me, that will always be the essence of Vocaloid, is that like Nico culture and all that stuff. And I love so many of the songs and composers who are doing shit in that era. I think over time I've just come to see Vocaloids as just a tool to make music when you don't have a singer. I don't see... Oh shit, hold on, I'll keep going after I talk to my mom.
Halfway forward. Look at it. He hit something. Oh. Okay, I need this room. I need a red. Give me a red. Give me a red. Oh my god. Lucky, it's not even lucky, it's actually so fast. Somebody give 10 just for that, please. Please. Come on, man, that was insane. I'm not gonna ask again. This map looks easy, it's just literally flat ground. You grass seeds for the race,
Yes. Yeah, AI stuff like Neutrino. Yeah, I think if I had to guess, any new version of Miku is just going to end up using the same technology. If I had to guess, I would imagine. But yeah, I have actually messed around with like Neutrino and stuff. Like they made like a Zundamon Neutrino and stuff, and it's like powerful because like I messed around with Miku. I wasn't a composer at all. It was like my first ever like bit of music I ever touched back in like 2014. I messed around with Miku a little bit, and I remember being like really impressed. Like, how does she know to like change her, way of saying this here and this shit? I thought it was super cool, but like Zundamon and like all the voice roids, and then like the Neutrino shit is like 10 times more impressive than that shit was back then. And I assume any new version of Miku is just going to use the same tech. But yeah, that shit's crazy. And yeah. So at any rate, yeah, I would assume, because like they can just really, because the thing is, as far as Kara's question, like, is it Is it dead? As far as the cultural aspect I was talking about, I would say yes, in the sense that like the cultural side that Miku was associated with, like that's just like not a thing anymore. That's not to say it's like vanished. Like it kind of like died to give birth to like lasting effects that are never gonna go away. Holy shit! I wish I was in. Yes, yeah. That was That's the thing that yes, that is a certified hood classic. That actually goes hard as fuck. That's like Zundamon's family. There's actually a Zundamon Yonkoma like that this dude makes like every fucking day, and the art's actually like really good, and it's full color. It's like insanely fucking impressive. So if you ever like want to like get some context, it's like the closest thing there is to like a it's like the closest thing there is to like an official. Yes, here it is. Yeah, he's already on episode 450 fucking 6. This shit's crazy. I have not read all of them. I've only read a few, but yeah. Yeah, he adds to this like every fucking day. Yeah, so he just links them. You can just keep going. And the art's like tight as hell. I'm gonna read through all these at some point. But yeah, that shit is oh yeah, Chris knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's like really fucking powerful. Like that shit's no joke. But yeah, I would say that the cultural effects that all that Nico culture had and stuff, like that's still felt today in the sense that like we're completely riding off of like the momentum that set in place and everything. But that aside, I would say the only cultural part of like I would say like Miku and all the Krypton Vocaloids and stuff is just their like eternal legacy as like an icon. Like they imply so much like history and culture just inherently, and they'll always be in huge demand both as a tool because they are just literally like if you don't have a singer and you're like a producer and you need to get your fucking song out, you don't need a singer. You know, it's a simple like tool that just has to always be there to give like up and coming composers and stuff a platform and shit. So they'll always be relevant in that regard. And as characters, as icons and stuff, you can always design a new Miku. You can always design a new Rin and Ren. They'll never like die in that regard. Shadowverse did a collab with Miku. Shadowverse, the virtual card game, did a collab with Miku recently-ish. And Shadowverse is like never in the top like 50, I think, for earnings. I think it usually hangs around more like the lower of the hundreds, I think, usually. While it was doing the Miku collab, it shot up to the top 10 the whole time. So like, you can definitely see like, Miku will never stop being like the main character of like anime girls, I guess, in that sense. Like she'll always be like the Mickey Mouse. She'll always be like the closest thing that just like anime shit has to like anime Bishoujo shit has to like Mickey Mouse or something. But did I see the Domino's Pizza collab with Miku? No, I actually did not. I didn't even know that happened. I like Lily and Gumi, but yes, I only ended up. I was always more on the Krypton side of things. But yes, I do like Lily and Gumi a lot as well. Nick Robinson classic Domino's documentaries. I don't think I've seen that. I'll note that though. Obviously, they weren't always like obviously like a part. Like sometimes like Gumi and shit would be, you know, paired with Miku and stuff. I think Miku was always just like more accessible because of the games and shit.
The guy just made up so much ground because of that.
Alright, let's see here. Yeah, see, this is confusing too because there's almost like a watercolor. There's almost like a watercolor rhythm to some of these darks and lights. These gradients are very like in and out, like quickly in and out. Very vague.
I did not hit a fucking banana. You guys are fucking forward.
I am a rhythm gamer. Yeah, so, I've never been good at rhythm gaming shit. Like I've played a number of them, but I've never been like good. I was tempted to actually I was tempted to play the Miku Soshige game. I just knew I like would not have, you know, like the time justification, but it was like really tempting. I might at some point. Release Scarlet Rose. I don't think I've ever actually heard this. Let's give it a play. It's actually funny. There was this guy. There was a dude. There was a dude who was an English speaker. He didn't know any Japanese, but he would mess with the Vocaloids a lot. And he was like really. We'll take this with a grain of salt because I didn't know. Oh yeah, I definitely yeah. This goes hard. Yeah, I remember this. He was I remember him from a completely amateur perspective, being like really fucking proficient with the sound design stuff. And he was one of those fucking schizos that like deletes his channel because it got too popular. He didn't like the attention. But yeah, it's too bad no one archived his shit because he used to make like all these like interesting tutorials and stuff. And he used to make like these well, I was about to say fanfic, but everything with Vocaloid is fanfic because they don't have like set. That's the whole point. But he would make these like ridiculous drawings. These like really bad but funny drawings and stuff. And he would make like stories with them and shit. And like, I wish I saved all that crap because not only was his like tutorials and shit helpful and like his musical ability really impressive, but at least I remember it being so. And the fact that he got pretty popular seems to suggest that yeah, he was in fact good at that shit. But yeah, I wish I saved all this shit because it's funny because I'm always talking about how like, you know, like oh, you know, Westerners getting more like creator pilled like the Japanese and shit. And it was just a funny example of like an old dude, like an old head making, you know, impressive stuff, who was a weeb, making some kind of impressive, you know, media. So I wish I saved that shit, but completely lost to the annals of time. Maybe someone would, maybe someone out there remembers them. But this Genie bot is yeah, you probably made like 10 posts that didn't get through. Yes, the Vocaloid scene art, yeah, is insane. Yeah, there's so much good art to be done for Vocaloid and shit, especially because it was like getting the sort of like honor of like designing like a one of like Krypton's like officially recognized Mikus is always considered like huge. It's one of the things that like really like Saito Naoki. It was like one of the things that like really like boosted him and stuff was when he got to, what did he design? I think he designed one of the racing Mikus. I think maybe it was one of the snow Mikus or something. But yeah, he designed like one of the big like officially recognized ones. And that was like huge. That's like a huge like honor and shit. And it's like a huge platform of exposure and stuff. So like, it's very like, it became like fiercely competitive, for a period and stuff. It was funny too because there's a lot of forgotten Vocaloids that kind of came and went, at the end of the O's and early 10s and stuff, because it was always like, oh, make a new Vocaloid. You never know when one's gonna catch on and be popular and stuff. So they weren't like super hard to make. I don't think they cost like a ton of money to make. I wonder if they've gotten cheaper to make with AI now, or they're more expensive to make. I wonder which one it is. I would imagine cheaper, but I don't know. But, alright, I'm not sure if doing this like taught me that much because this shit was just so confusing. But I gotta still focus on the folds here. But yeah, really interesting. Like, because I remember like even Ichion, like before he was artist, I really like Ichion, who was very much a product of like Miko culture and shit. He got really good at art around like 10 years ago and became like a pro and stuff. But like one of his earliest jobs was actually designing like a really like low-key Vocaloid, if I remember correctly. Or no, maybe I don't know if he designed her or if he was commissioned to do like the official music video for her like official like unveilment song video thing. He either designed her or did that or both. Well, he definitely did that. He definitely did he was officially commissioned to do the first ever like the like unveilment music video. But yeah, I don't know if he actually designed her or not. But he wasn't like super good or anything at the time, so it's just really interesting. It's just a very different like time. Well, that was interesting too. Is that like K when he designed Miku, he was literally who. And by today's standards, he also wasn't like any sort of like fucking fire artist or anything. Like he was just like, he was just solid. So that was like kind of, they actually made him redo the box. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they made him redraw, like as in like correct. They made him like fix up the art for Rin's original art when she came out, Rin and Ren. And apparently the original Rin and Ren release was actually just a disaster in general. Like it didn't work right and shit. And they had to like speed patch it and shit. It was like this big like fucking clusterfuck. It's pretty interesting. I wonder how much of that drama is still known. But yeah, that was like an incident. Yeah, they made him fix his drawing. They didn't think it was good enough. It's pretty funny. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, I really love Ren and Ren. There's a lot of Ren and Ren songs I really like. Yes, I think this is it. I don't know. It's like a game of spot the difference. I don't know if I can even spot the difference. I'm not really seeing the difference on these. I do remember there being a an incident though where they made him redraw. Oh no, here it is. Yes. Okay, here we are.
I got rammed by a fatty. And for some reason he didn't pick the 2 of the shells that were rotating around me.
Okay, so this was the revised one. This was the original one. Yeah, they didn't like this arm at all. This whole pose felt like awkward. You can see how he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't fire at the time. Definitely wasn't fire. Like this would just be like sort of basic mangaka standards by today. And yeah, he was like, you know, he was like literally who at the time. So it's insane that like just some dude who's just kind of like getting his start as a pro, who would really be like pre-pro debut level today, just goes and he makes like the most fucking famous character like ever. It's actually kind of insane to think about. Like imagine that being your first job. He must have a very strange soul. Yeah, exactly. I love his art. Yeah, it must be just very strange to be him. Alright, I actually got a crap real quick. I'm gonna put a Liam King style BRB shitting message. I'm also gonna pause Liam King's. What's that Vocaloid anime? Vocaloid anime. I actually don't know. I almost think I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I actually... Oh! No. I'm actually not sure what you're talking about. I have some ideas what you might be talking about, but... If you do figure it out, tell me though, because I'm curious.
てゆくもの変わってゆく世界でたった一人終わらない夢を見る膝を抱えて自分を守りながらたった一つ扉の鍵を探して切り取られた回廊の中繰り返した幼い日々いつか迎える始まりの朝照らす光信じて遠ざかるもの崩れてゆく世界でたった一人目覚めの時を望む足跡だけを見失わないようにたった一つ正しい道を選んで永遠に続く暗闇の中問いかけてた自分自身いつか迎える始まりの朝照らす光信じてまた敵由来が目によぎった光が影 場所帰らない春に聞いた言葉だけ抱きしめて今
Elijah Payne, nice art. Thank you, bro. Well, this is actually just a friggin' messy copy, but the SD character you see in the corner, that is original. Yes, Mikaku City actors. Yes, I don't know the whole like lore behind that whole thing. I did watch Mikaku City actors when it came out. I don't remember it particularly well. I remember liking it. I pretty much like anything Shaft makes. I would like to watch it again at some point and find out all like the lore behind what it was. But yeah, obviously, yeah, it started as a Vocaloid thing. So at some point, I'll find out what was going on. But I do remember enjoying it. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna compare this Tachie with also the fucking I completely is it like reversed or some shit? Because I have this entire portion like gesturally, like the whole thing looks like flipped to me, but it's like not. Maybe I was just. Maybe we just do that. I don't know how that happened. I guess I don't know. It just happens. Yeah, because I know there was like light novel stuff too with it. I don't know how similar or different that was from the show, but yeah, it was interesting. It was really interesting, just in general, that becoming aware of like how much like a Vocaloid thing could produce like multimedia and shit at the time. Because it's like any of those Vocaloid things that produced like a popular like story, like Karakuri Burst and stuff, like that could have like easily become like an anime or something. So it's really interesting how like I guess like grassroots, so to speak. I don't know if that's right. I mean, most anime and shit is technically kind of grassroots in some capacity, but it's just interesting to see. It's like it's kind of like when I didn't watch it, but that like RPG Maker game got like turned into an anime. Maybe I'll watch that at some point. So yeah, for the most part, I mean, this is mostly just one tone, but with parts just faded out. That's really like, as far as the design, the actual designs of the tone, like parts are soft and stuff, especially to convey like reflected light and stuff. But for the most part, it's just, I mean, it's just a, you know, and there are parts of the tone that get notably more saturated and stuff, but yeah, for the most part, it's just a friggin' whatever. We're gonna look at the next Tachie. We're gonna compare it to this, see what it's like sort of, it's definitely like based on this one. That's what it's based on. Because the pose is extremely similar. But it's completely redrawn. Yeah, like everything is similar. Like the number of... Like the position of shit and the hair is similar.
Oh my god, total weight. I should have used
The number of... Yeah. But it's like remade. And like the vibe, like the material conveyed through like the...
There's no shortcuts, nothing. Show me a video and I'll do it.
is like similar, so we're gonna copy this one now and see what happens. Conqueror Azure. I'm biased to Concore because of my association with it. Well, first of all, the Axis powers are the heroes in that by default, which is obviously just like more based. And I associate it with
He died or something in the air.
that time period and culture that we were just talking about that I'm very fond of. You know, that Nico culture and stuff. I was about to say early days of Pixiv, but it's more like the middle era of Pixiv that I heavily associate it with as well. Which was like definitely a fun time. That was back when Pixiv was like not like OnlyFans for artists. It was much more to like similar to like what Twitter is now, where it was like a competitive battleground for non-arrow art and stuff. Like the daily 100 rankings on Pixiv were like huge at the time. Like they meant a lot, and they corresponded fairly consistently with exposure and quality and all that stuff. Yeah, so Concord makes me think of all that stuff. And I played Azure Lane like once when it was like a year old, very briefly.
I need a mushroom. Give me one, please.
Yes, Azure is also Chinese. It's more of like a lot of those projects are like kind of de facto like half and half, like half Chinese, half Japanese, because of how much Japanese artists and stuff end up influencing it, and not like literally working on it and stuff. But yes, it is ultimately Chinese. It's definitely less of an international. It's definitely I think less of an international project though than Archive, though. That's very international. But the Concord anime was Gomi. Yeah, I got that impression it was. I remember watching like one ep when it happened, and not really wanting to do more. Like I could definitely like see myself like watching it. But yeah, it definitely seemed like pretty Gomi. The game itself too, like I played it for like 1 sec. I'm pretty sure it doesn't... I never really got to the bottom of it, like how much it even like actually... Because it is like old style ass Soshige. Back when I think like they legit like didn't have stories and stuff. So I always got the feeling it was like more of like a Toho thing where... But not even Toho, because Toho has like... Zun's dialogue is shit, and like Zun's writing is like there's not a ton of it, but it's highly like implicit. I always got the impression that Concord's actual game set like almost even less in motion than that, but I'm not sure. I never actually figured out how it worked. I know a lot of like the anime was eventually made kind of deeper into its life, and there was manga and shit made for it, and like officially sanctioned manga and stuff, so that would have added like definition and stuff to it. But I actually don't know where these characters like definition actually even came from, which is fucking hilarious because I've been seeing it for so long and I've been knowing it's a thing for so long, but I never like like I said, I wasn't good enough at Japanese at the time or whatever to like properly like get info and shit easily. You know, we're talking back 2014 and shit, so yeah, anyway, it's interesting. Yes, the arcade version does look very interesting, and yeah, a lot of these. That's what I was saying this earlier. How like the Soshige, the whole Soshige thing, like that was like one of the main. That was like one of the main like spurs of the whole like fucking Illustrator renaissance, like. The quality and volume of the average quality and like the sheer volume of illustrators just like blasting up and stuff. And yeah, Chris, yeah, it's funny because there are, you know, some of it does get like well archived and stuff, and sometimes there are cases of like, you know, even like offline versions of them getting released as just like normal downloadable products, like the second Million Arthur game, like you can just download that as just like a normal like offline version now and stuff. But yeah, the whatchamacallit, yeah, some of that shit's like sometimes like some real unfortunate shit gets like lost, like maybe not like quite like lost, but like pretty much fucking like lost. And some shit has been just like some shit you would like not want to get lost just gets legit like fucking lost. In the whole Sashu, you know, insanity, and it's like such a problem, and that shit like really needs to stop. Someone needs to make like some kind of really official archival effort, shit like that. Just in general, just funnel the human capital more intelligently and stuff. I mean, there's just so many things. There's so many things that could be being done better, more efficiently, etc. The dilemma of not wanting to be a secondary model, not wanting to be sucked into a Chugoku-ana. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. You mean that could be Chinko has a lot of cool anime? I wish I could rip some. Oh, has that not been all uploaded? I was wondering if that all. Yeah, because people have shown me bits and it looks really interesting, really cool. That you get to see some of the stuff. You know, you get to see some of that, the Chiru content and stuff. Really interesting. I think most with the yeah, that sucks. Yeah, it's probably all like camcordered and all that, or you know, smartphone equivalent of camcording, whatever the hell you want to call it. Shamade. Yeah, it's crazy at any rate. Yeah, it's like really like painful these days. I noticed that like it's one of the reasons I wish I did know fucking Chinese, because I think they have a bigger like archival effort than Japan. More people in Japan are like archiving crap and stuff though, but yeah, it's always really annoying at any rate. There's so much just like high quality like asset work and shit that like it's just like there for a minute to make a quick buck off of impulsive rollers, and then boom, it's gone the next minute. It's wild. That reminds me, there's a couple of games I'm wondering if they're still a thing. Like, is she Taria or whatever? Is that still a thing? Because I know, like, Ichion was always a big contributor to this. Yeah, no, it still exists. Some of these games, like, if they're not expensive to update, some of these old style ones just go on forever. They just do not go away. Yeah, like Ichion, this has been like Ichion's like bread and butter since he started his career. Fucking Ishitaria. And yeah, here's some of his art. But yeah, I guess this thing will never go away because it's like probably so cheap to like update. But has like enough of like a loyal player base, so it'll just like never go away. Yeah, they are. Yes, I have seen some. I'll have to look that up after. Reminds me, I've listened to like, because I was like, you know, to like get better at like writing dialogue and shit. I loop VN character lines and shit. I must have looped Erica's like a few hundred by now. I don't. It's like, you know, it's like background noise, so I'll like consciously focus in and out. So sadly, I can't say I have them like memorized now properly, but it is like hearing a familiar song now when I play them back. It's like very fun. Best, yeah, no question, no question. She's one of my favorites. Probably of any character, she's probably in my like, I don't know, top 30 easily. Good. Actually, that's Burn is good. Burn is like very like you wanna correct her. You know what I mean? Like she's very like, she's got that kind of energy. You wanna punch her in the face, in a good way. Who did nothing wrong? I mean, I think that's fair to say. Trolling the Ushiro Miyas is not exactly undeserved. I gotta stand for a sec. I'm gonna stand and eat some potatoes. My fucking legs are killing me.
Somehow first place, unaffected by that. Insanely fast. Halfway through the map already.
Let's see. Alright, well, the first thing right out of the gate with this shit is that the fucking directional changes are so much more subtle. Which I think is one of the reasons it's hard to see what the fuck is going on.
So be careful and know that some directional changes are just not directional changes.
Oh, you're saying some are just like hug lines that look like direction changes.
Please watch out.
Yes. Yes, sometimes it is literally not a directional change.
One player is only one set of two. Every time I'm in the room, they track me and only me. What the fuck? What is that bug? It's actually because I'm losing a 1-8 20% in a row.
Alright, let's see. I'm tempted to see how my pixiv posts are doing, but I'm not checking for the end of tomorrow. Definitely not checking. Talking about Golden. Let's see. Wait, did I make this too? No.
Life-size doll.
Everything gives like a shorter impression too. On this, like the sleeve feels like it's taking up less space. What's poppin'? Yeah, Mothman, how is it going? We are practicing folds, and we are going to practice folds until the end of tomorrow. I'm going to stop to sleep in a couple hours, but we are going to practice folds till the end of tomorrow because I was working on an illustration. I finished it and all that stuff, and some of the folds were fucking cancerous, so we're trying to make sure that that never happens again. I've been down bad lately, haven't been painting much. Yeah, well, it happens, man. It definitely happens. If the most important thing is that, you know, it's what you do after. It's what you do after you've been down bad. Long-term consistency is everything. Yes, folds definitely can. Bono says, Pixiv gives a lot more marathon feels. Like, every illustrations I uploaded always went way worse than Twitter, but in the long run, yes. Yeah, that's what I was saying, how it's like, it's not like, because like Twitter you upload and like, it's like that 24 hour, maybe 48 hour, gosh, my English. No, I totally get what you're saying. It's like Twitter is like that 24 hour, 48 hour lifespan, whereas Pixiv is like tag based. Pixiv is very tag based. Pixiv 10 years ago though used to be a lot more similar to Twitter. I feel like, sort of. Some great folds on that cape. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen like deep into the show. The later content and stuff with the, but I have seen some really good art. There's actually several renditions at this point because there's like various manga renditions and shit, and some of them have really sick art. We'll definitely finish that at some point. But yeah, definitely some really nice art there. Alright, well, the first thing about this is that this one's definitely just like more systemized, so I definitely can more easily, but it's more subtle, and that makes things trickier. But it is interesting to see what's the same and what's different. The thicknesses also are more they like gradiate more on this one. They gradiate more subtly. It's really important to see that and get that. Line aesthetic in general I just became so much more conscious of over the last 2 weeks. I'm really trying to like up my. I'm very like not happy with my sort of default with that. I'm trying to. I want to make efforts to make that better. Big time. I want to start seeing every line as like, you know, a part of the painting. It has its own shape, its own character. I want to really stress that. Try to figure out everything I can do to get them to fucking look better. Just the right thickness, the right like taper, the right shape. Let's see. Yeah, this one is similar. This one's doing more of the. I think Saito calls them the. Like the Ni Ten Go, the 2.5 shadows. I think is what he calls them. Is that what he calls them? Yeah, the line work's just a lot more subtle on this one. Where you put a different, you change the, like, if you have like some kind of shadow shape, and then like the border, this is like a, you know, this is like a hue change and kind of has its own sort of shape and character to it. The shadow on the border of another shadow. This is doing a little bit more of that. Line works just a lot more subtle. Yeah, I think one of the big things is something I wish. Actually, I was saying this in the clinic today. I wish I got more. I always had more of like a consistent like finish illustration thing. You know, like religiously finishing like one a month or something, because it would have been nice to do that, but it's just never how it ended up going. It's funny too, because even the ones that like, when I went on my pixiv to, sort of revive it, just recently, it's funny because I look back on all those like really, really garbage things I did, way back during my first years or whatever, and like they're just like mad like fond memories, just kind of like fun to think about, and you realize you're like just like taking it to you're like putting pressure on yourself during like there's absolutely no reason for me to be putting any sort of like sense of pressure on myself during my first several years of doing art, because it's not, it's your first several, like, what are you gonna do? It's not like you're even physically capable of doing anything all that, good or anything, so it's like you might as well just like enjoy what you're making. So sometimes I did have times, and I always look back on those like fondly, where I was just like totally not being like self-conscious or whatever. Those were always very fun times. As in like not like finishing something and then like being like, oh shit, I have so much to learn, this sucks. I try to remember now that like, oh, in like 5 years, whatever I'm doing now, even if it's like painful to learn how much I have to like learn or get better. In 5 years, I'll just look back at it like fondly. So I try to remember that to not get too like caught up. I'll just remember what I did as like a fun time, relatively speaking, at least. But yeah, part of the fucking clothes folding, the clothes painting got so fucking messy. It was terrible. Does your bro post on the IV? He does not. He uses Twitter. But he's gonna start doing what I'm doing. He's gonna start putting arrow art stuff. I believe is what he said. I don't know if he wants to make like a separate Twitter for like not safe for work stuff or not. I'm not sure what his plan is, but yeah, that was one. Yeah. So for now, he's just a Twitter guy. He gets pretty good numbers there for a small account. How many posts do you have now? Like 10 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think he's got like 10 Twitter posts. I've been neglecting my Twitter game, but I'll get back on the Twitter game soon. Where's the link to the pixiv? Nowhere right now because I don't want anyone to see the post. No, I'm just kidding. Or I'll post it. I'm gonna be uploading over the course of. I'm gonna keep putting stuff up on it over the next like 2 weeks. I'll keep putting more art up. I have like a bunch of shit in the bag. Like a bunch of shit that's like finished or near finished. I'll keep putting up slowly. I'm gonna put it in the description. Ah, shit. It's not the right link. But yeah, it's just the two things right now that are honestly pretty outdated. I could do a lot better now. I know everyone says that, but it's true. I could do a lot better now. It's always true. Only not safe for work on pixiv at the moment. It says I think it's because I went to it in incognito to get the link. So it says like it defaults to like the English language. But I think if you just like log in or whatever, it'll just change it back to Japanese or whatever you have it set to. I know these days you have to set your pixiv account to what do you call it? The actual like region has to be set to Japanese or you get like issues now or some shit. I actually just saw my numbers even though Neko left a funny ass comment. I assume that's not. I can tell that's definitely Neko by the posting style. I am almost positive that's who this is. Maybe it's not. I actually don't know. It might not be Neko actually. I'd like to see the bros serve. Yes, I will tell you. I'll tell you that I'll type the @ in to chat. Let me grab it. Yeah. It's at Woe to Jack. Yo, Ham, how long are we on? We're just gonna be on probably 3 more hours because I ended up having to do so much bullshit the first half of today, but we're gonna be on all day tomorrow just practicing fucking folds because we desperately need to get better at folds. No problem, man. We desperately need some fold level ups. Because we humiliated ourselves with the last folds we drew. But we're gonna be back. Folds and close, yes. I drew Neptune and her sweatshirt did not come out well. But we had to finish. We had to ship it. Didn't know Joe. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. Yes, he is my brother. He is the one who's going to be doing the actual art for the actual game. Like the character design ideas and stuff will be mine and stuff, and I'll do some like peripheral help and stuff. But for the most part, anything that you're going to see in the game is gonna come from him because it's going to look a lot nicer that way. Plus, just time-wise, I just do not have time to. I do not have time to be slaving away at drawings when I need to like write, a few novels worth of Japanese to make this game, which has been going very well, by the way. The writing has been going well. But yeah, I just don't have time to like do art, and it's just gonna look a lot nicer anyway. So if he's doing it, so. The sketches on the thumbnail of this stream, those are his sketches. Those are not my sketches. Yes, there will be an English one. I will do it myself. I'll probably just translate the whole thing on stream. Like I'll probably play through it and translate it live, so that everyone can know so that my thought process can be, seen. Because I have a lot of thoughts about translation. But yeah, for the meantime, I've been having Japanese people, correct my writing and stuff, give me pointers, all that stuff, and it's been going very well. And it's feeling more and more, natural and stuff. And you still do like stupid shit constantly because it's just one of those things where it's like until it becomes really sad. Well, this is the thing. When I'm writing in English, I'll make retarded word choices that just don't make sense, or grammar things that are just like really dumb. Because when you're thinking creatively, your actual like technical grammar brain doesn't always like care to be on during that time. But yeah, regardless, I've been getting much sharper with it now, and it just feels good. I feel like I'm getting what I want creatively. The feedback has been good too, because a lot of the corrections that people will give they don't just be like, well, this grammar's wrong, fix this grammar, or whatever, this doesn't make... A lot of the time the feedback is more like creative, like, oh, I like this word choice, or, I think this word choice flows a little bit better, like... And it's nice to get like different people, because different people will have very different different Japanese people will have very different thoughts on that, like what sounds... because it's a creative thing, it's not like there's one set answer or whatever, so like it can be nice to get those different perspectives and try to feel out like which one is creatively thinking about it exactly the way I want to be and stuff. So it's actually been getting really enjoyable. Exactly 1 year ago, a little bit over 1 year ago was when I really started to like finally like properly train my JP output and stuff, and it was like terrible and so energy consuming at first and stuff, but it's just gotten so fun, and the errors are just not like a big deal anymore and stuff. So it's getting just really enjoyable. It's so nice because I used to write a ton. You know, that was like my thing. Like art is certainly like not my thing. Programming was never like my thing. They're just also things that I liked doing and enjoyed. But like my thing was always like writing. So it's just like I put it down because about 4 years ago, because I just didn't want to do it in English anymore. I just wanted to write in Japanese, because it's like, if everything I'm reading is Japanese, everything I want to be like is Japanese. There's, you know, all the authors I want to be like are Japanese and stuff. I just like, it just doesn't feel right to go straight into English anymore. So it feels so nice to be just like back doing the writing, and now it's like in like now I can finally like just make the you want this character to talk like this character, just make them talk like this character. You know, it's just such a nice. It just feels so like creatively liberating. Where do you go to get feedback on your writing? If you mean like actual like more clinical correction, I get that from High Native and langcorrect.com. High Native is High Native. And as far as like creative feedback, that's just been from just showing whoever knows Japanese, whoever's around willing to read, who knows enough Japanese. You know, I'll show them my stuff or whatever. But there is a server of aspiring writers who are all Japanese people that I plan on, you know, when I get like a little bit more stuff built up, you know, I'll show them and stuff and try to make some friends there and stuff and get some creative feedback, see what they think. But for the time being, yeah, it's just whoever's around. You know, like if I'm in a server with someone who knows Japanese, I'll show them little snippets from what I'm writing and stuff. And is it a Discord server? High Native? High Native is not a Discord server. It's a website. If you just Google High Native. If you mean who do I talk to, who knows Japanese and stuff, there are some people in my server. And there's like a private server I'm in of Japanese learners. A lot of them came from DJT. So those people. That's about it, yeah. As far if you're talking about the group of the people, the aspiring writers, yeah, it's an unofficial Discord. It's an unofficial Naro server. Yeah. Let me grab the invite. I don't know if the YouTube chat is gonna filter this, but hopefully that went through. I don't know if that went through or not. Here. Yeah, that is. Oh, nice, it did. Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of Japanese aspiring writers in there. Hold on a second, I'm gonna get up for a quick sec.
I need to go now. I deserve to lie down. I'm actually gonna take a nap for 30 minutes. It's gonna end up turning into 3 hours. I'm gonna start with 10 alarms yet. Is there a point? How long do you nap where it doesn't become impossible to like wake up again. You know what I mean? So sometimes I try to nap for like an hour and a half, and it's too long, and then I just go to bed. 20 minutes? No way would you feel refreshed after a 20-minute nap, right? Power nap? Isn't a power nap supposed to be like a 30-second nap? Shower. You can't just take a cold shower. That's like shit that takes months of mental preparation with like edge into it. You can't just jump into a cold shower. You turn like the temp down incrementally. I tried taking cold showers, or not cold showers, I tried doing ice baths, except it wasn't ice, it was just cold water. And I did it to try and improve my speed level. That's how motivated I was. And it didn't do anything. It actually just made me really not want to go to bed, because in the morning I would have to fucking do an ice bath, and I would feel miserable. For how long? I don't know. I think I did like 10 minutes, maybe 5. I think it was like 30 seconds or something. An ice bath doesn't need to be ice. It just needs to be cold enough that it shocks your body. That's the point. I used to be an athlete. I used to do cryotherapy. We'll do not only the other cuts that we didn't do, we will afterwards go back to 120 star for 3 hours. If we get this in under 3. Oh my god.
You can hear Liam in the BG and the music. Yeah, we got a Liam stream going. Yes. Thoughts on the Atelier series? I have actually played none of them, but I've always loved the art. And yeah, Rise's design is extremely good. I've always loved the art. The most I can say about it is that the writer for one of them, or a couple of them, I can't remember, was the lead writer on the second and third Neptune games. So Mark II and Victory. And I can't remember how well Mark II was written, because my Japanese wasn't great at the time I played it, and I never went back and replayed it because it's the one I like the least. I love all of them, but all the mainline ones. But I'll have to go back and play it again. But Victory is really well written, so I would like to at least play the ones that that dude. I assume it's a dude. I would like to play the ones that he wrote. At least play those ones. So we'll see. Chipping away at Star Ocean 2 remake. Yeah. I did own. I did own Star Ocean 2, I believe, way back in the day. Well, only my brother ended up playing, so I don't actually know pretty much anything about the series. But I would like to play it at some point, for sure. I would definitely like to play it at some point. GJT is the daily Japanese thread, and they were once a really good resource for a good learning community. Nowadays, not so much. But good religious anime where it goes into Kabbalah tropes. Oh, I don't know, anime with heavy religious stuff, I don't know. I mean, anything Sekai-K is gonna get into that a little bit. If you just look up examples of anything Sekai-K, you're always gonna kind of get Sekai-K is this. If you Google that, you'll find works that have those tropes, those kind of existential, world, whatever kind of, nature of existence kind of tropes and shit. But yeah, I don't know. As far as stuff heavily featuring actual religious concepts in that regard, I honestly don't know. I mean, one of my all-time favorites for anime, absolute all-time favorites, was the anime version of the original anime of Full Metal Alchemist. Hagane no Renkin Jutsushi, which was basically is basically a fanfic of the manga. It's completely different. It's fairly Sekai-K, and it is Kino, and it's very very existential, very asks the difficult questions kind of work. It's really, really good shit. There's the movie sequel, and I remember it being kind of coolish. I haven't seen it in a while. Maybe skip the movie. But the show is fire. The show is good as shit. The manga, by regular, I assume you mean the manga in Brotherhood. I honestly don't remember. It's been so long since checking those out. They're definitely much more... They're a little bit more standard. By a little bit, I mean definitely a lot more. They're a little bit more standard, battle shonen. They're more sophisticated battle shonen. There's more going on than, Bleach. But, I don't know. I can't speak for them yet. I'm going to have to rewatch all of Brotherhood and stuff. Oh, the original. Yes. FMA03 has lots of very, occultic, religious kind of introspective nature of human existence. Nature of the mind and spirit stuff. It's what it really is a introspective look into the nature of like, how would I put it exactly? Like, it's very reflective on the concepts of like power and childish conceit, childish arrogance and stuff, delusion, the border between delusion and reality, like harsh truths versus ideals. That's kind of like the biggest thing in it is truth versus ideal. Stuff like that. So it's really, really good for that kind of, those kind of ideas. It's a bit of a tough shell to crack, tough nut to crack at times in terms of it gets kind of weird, and the plot is very not conclusive. Well, I shouldn't say that. The plot is not inconclusive because it does everything with a major question does get a major answer, and it does have like a really sharp ending. Like it has a really nice ending. Like a really, really nice like there's a good finish there if you really give it the time of day to look into what it's actually doing. There's so many good character moments. So many good scenes. Definitely, it's not perfect by any means. It reminds me a lot of Muramasa, the VN. It's very similar. Muramasa is probably the most similar thing I can think of to it. But yeah, it's good shit. It's really, really good shit. Really well animated for the majority of it. The majority of scenes are visually strong. Some scenes are super good. Animation wise, just really, really great stuff. Does Moe anime get into occultic knowledge? I don't. Is there any Moe anime that like gets kind of occultic? It's a good question. I don't know. I feel like they're always more concerned with like earthly things, like themes of like, I don't know, friendship and family and like stuff of like a sexual nature and stuff. I feel like that's a good question. Last like hardcore Moe thing I just did was Gochiusa, which was very like, it's definitely nothing occultic in that per se, although it did have a thing, it did have a motif of magic, but it's magic in like the Umineko sense of like very crude concept of like, and there was like a concept of like, you know, afterlife in it to an extent, but again it's much more on like the subjective experience and stuff, the subjective significance much more so than the existential significance of things. So I don't know, I feel like I feel like existential questions, that kind of thing, that more religious existential kind of thing, I feel like that's gonna be more in the that's gonna be more in your like kind of shoujo-y or kakoi kind of shit. Yes, definitely check out Utena. Utena is a really good show. It actually reminds me a little bit of FMA03, in that they're both works about ideals versus reality. They're pretty. They're. I don't want to say they're pessimistic in tone, but there's a bit of nihilism to them. In the sense that there's a very like unhinged, dark vibe that they both have in common. Definitely both really good. I would definitely check both of those out. Very good shows. Both I wouldn't call either like, you know, the peak of storytelling, but they definitely hit like some really, really good high points, and they're very consistent. Utena has a little bit of bulk on it, a little bit of dirty bulk, a little bit of like a little bit of fat on it, so to speak. But it's all good. It's all good stuff. So yeah, I would definitely check those out. Highly recommend both. Utena is fairly existential, and you know, questions things of a spiritual identity, religious, etc. kind of nature. Utena, the character, is also just really fucking good character. She's extremely like cute, and even though she's a shoujo character, she's still very cute and appealing. The dudes are kind of cool, but they're literally like. Well, I won't spoil it. Just watch it. Just watch it. Yes, it's got a sick soundtrack as well. Yeah, Mothman, yeah. Same, I feel you.
You're gonna tell me that furry degenerate dev contact and guess the game? No, wait, that's not how it works.
You know, a lot of interesting writing in the otaku sphere is born out of low inhib dudes going a little bit schizo. So, oh, as far as a good work with like literally explicit religious references constantly, Index. The thing is, I can't straightforwardly recommend you the Index anime. Because it moves really fast past the point. It's not like a proper replacement for the novels past the first couple arcs. I also kind of loathe to recommend you read the books and translate it into English. You can if you want, though. But if you ever do learn Japanese, definitely read Index, because it's fucking insane. It's so good. And it's that one though is definitely less. I wouldn't say Index is like super like existential. Index is definitely much more of a human drama. It's at its essence, it's about a dude who who has like a really like insecure relationship with I don't know, everything. Toma's just fucking insane. Toma's insane. Yeah. The Index anime just ends up going insane. Yeah, it just ends up going insane. Like when it's good, and like when it has its like normal pacing for the first couple of arcs, like it adapts the material like really well. But the problem is it just ends up going like too fucking fast. I didn't see season 3. I heard season 3 was a fucking clusterfuck. But the first 2 seasons, they are good. They're definitely like really good. But that when the pacing gets too fast, it's just too fast. It just doesn't work. You can't, it's just not a replacement for the story anymore. It's just a supplement at that point. Unfortunately. Chicken based. Use this to stimulate Vegeta nerve. We're stimulating, man. We're stimulating. Oh, fuck. I forgot to put your name in the... Oh, wait. That's a total of $4, so you would need one more dollar to... With one more dollar, you'll get a credits. You'll get a name in the credits. You'll be immortalized in otaku history. Based as hell, though. I'm gonna update the donation caption. Yes, next stream. Yes. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. We're stimulating the nerve. Ah, shit! Don't do it. No, stop. I think I gotta hide my screen for a sec, because... Seems like you might be able to shoot a few key blasts to us. Yes. No, we're stimulating. We're gonna.
Okay, so here's the thing. It doesn't matter.
We're stroking our vril,
I'm not even joining. This is the shittiest map I've
building up our key. Finish 6. Went off the rails first. Yeah. The people were telling me like I gotta watch it because I gotta see how insane it gets. I was gonna finish it no matter what, just because it's a show about like. Yeah, I can't not watch that, but like, I was like I was just so not happy with it right from the start, for like so many reasons. I'd rather finish it before like getting into all of them. But yeah, I people were telling me like, oh, you gotta see it, to the end, you gotta see this insanity. So I'm looking forward to the insanity. What I want so badly, and if I'm ever in a position, like if I ever like seriously like make it, like I'm a fucking industry dude with pull who can like write anime and shit, I want an anime that goes through and makes fictional characters who are clear parallels of the most influential writers from the very late 90s through the late O's in the otaku sphere, with a big emphasis on like the VN scene and stuff. Sounds like Muramasa. I don't know if you mean 16-bit or what I'm talking about. I guess. Unless you mean how. I won't spoil anything in Muramasa. Just if you haven't played Muramasa. Oh, what I'm talking. Yes. Okay. So you mean like like fictionalized of historical people? Yes. Exaggerated fiction. Yes. In that regard, it is like Muramasa, I guess. Yeah, I want to see that, and I want to see it be based in very real, research and interviews with these people. So you got your, you got your Nas, your Ryukishi, your Urobuchi, your Jun Maeda, all that shit, all those guys, your Tanaka Romeo. And then some of the guys on the light novel side, like Tanigawa and all those. And it goes through a dramatized thing of their life during that period. And like the sort of like unwritten or actual communication between them and stuff. And like, holy shit, that would be so fucking good. That would be so keen. If it was like well written, and I would be so, it like really educates people on to like the nature of like storytelling and what that era was like and stuff, and that would be so fucking sick. Found out today there was a real person called Ashikage. Wait, what the fuck? Is that true? Is that actually true? That's insane. It's true if big, man. That's insane. That's crazy. I literally did not know that. I knew some of them were real, but that's crazy. Real life Chachamaru. That's insane. I wish I think we all wish we had a real life Chachamaru. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like a cute name, come up with for a character. but
Restart. Come on. Stream delay is not that
I guess it was the other way around.
another thing with this
Character built around the name.
you have to like let people like get behind the box.
I'm not really worried about these objects. I care about the folds here.
Delay, that's fine. No more anger.
Alright, so this is a very vague edge.
Mad because I couldn't.
Yeah, that's wild. Did you finish Muramasa yet, by the way, or are you still working on it? Last I checked, you were working on Kanae's route. Or was that no? That was Kanji Eater. You said you almost finished it, or did you just finish it? As in Kanae's route? I can't remember now.
They're fucking just continuals of the 1v1.
You skipped it somehow. How's that even possible? That's pretty fucking funny. I find that weird, but honestly, the root synergy in Muramasa is not. Oh, you finished? Okay. Muramasa doesn't have any sort of like genius like root synergy or anything. It's not like Fate or something. It's not like playing like Fate or Little Busters or something where like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's a bit mad lad, but I respect it because honestly, that root's not that good. It's just not that good, so I can't entirely blame you. And yeah, there's no like big brain. I think there is root synergy. There is definitely root synergy in Muramasa, but it's not like some big brain shit where every little thing counts and the order of the info is so important and shit. But definitely some synergy for sure. Like that feeling when you get to, like that feeling when you've done the other two, and then, the true root kicks in. I think it's called Maohen. It is like a great feeling, and there is like a contrast there. There's ideas set up that then get answered for sure and stuff, but it's definitely no like Fate, where everything counts, or Clan Ad, or all that. I assume Sakuuta is gonna all come together soon. I'm like I'm on like the legit content now, but the roots, the first three routes Sakuuta put me through were a little bit CBT. They were low key CBT. They weren't bad, but they were they didn't have any great payoff, and they were really fucking boring. So already this new route is already like feels very promising, so hopefully it all pays off. Find out what happened between Sansei and Nisei. Yes, that was swag, definitely. Yes, that was good shit. It's really funny. It's been a while since I played the game, but I love how you find out. I mean, this is kind of spoilery. I'll try to speak in vague language for anyone who hasn't played the game, but I love how you find out the nature. When you find out the nature of Muramasa, you find out how like the original purpose of Muramasa is so fucking like, oh wait, what am I doing? This is not right. He's so like silly in a way that like works so well. That's all I can say. But Sai is your Sai. Yes, Sai's got tough language for sure. It's been a while since I played it, but I do remember it. I remember it was a while ago, and I was scratching my head a decent bit at some of it. Some longer sentences too. I would love to play it again.
What you're talking about.
I fucking really love maybe this Halloween Halloween 2024 can be our Halloween Vinny. We'll play through Saya again. I was actually just listening to the soundtrack yesterday. I had some of the tracks on loop while I was finishing my finishing my picture. I was channeling that. I was channeling the Fuminori energy. Yeah, the thing is, everything is so much more like subtle on this. Like, there's so much being the lines, like the quality of the lines and like the hugs and shit, are saying so much more than they were in the first one. So everything's like more compact and info dense. Which I think I was just, you can't draw this outfit well without an amount of that.
Why is everything I do cringe? This is not the ramp. I established that, man.
I'm reading the LN about. Let me see when I'm not. Oh, so there was a prequel light novel, because I know it had a couple light novels. Yeah.
Pretend like he was there.
If that is what you're saying, that's actually pretty sick, and I would like to read that
So fucking bad. It's so
because that sounds really interesting.
bad. What a shame what Valve has done to this game.
Oh, base. Yeah, I'm checking that shit out. That sounds cool as fuck. It's funny because it sucks that Narahara quit after that shit, because I feel like there's so much I feel like there was so much more to explore with the whole thing and shit. I mean, supposedly they're going back to it and shit, but so much of the appeal of Muramasa, I think, is for better or worse Narahara's quirks and shit. I don't know if I can see myself being like super interested in it not being him, but the light novel I definitely do want to check out, even if it's not him, for sure. Those definitely caught my eye. And whatever's new, I mean, if it's interesting, if it's a good writer, it's a good writer. But definitely a part of the appeal of Muramasa is just how fucking off the rails unique it is. You know, like, where else do you get like 30-minute stare downs and shit? Like, it's not like literally 30 minutes, but like sometimes those stare downs will go on for like DVC. Yeah. Stimulating your Vegeta nerve for 30 minutes. So yeah, I mean, it's a really fucking, just a super idiosyncratic work. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse.
You're supposed to go behind the boxes. You're not supposed to stay there for like 20 seconds.
Sorry, I'm having a sparf moment on my toilet. Base, I guess. I just had one. Scaring away any potential female viewers, which is, it's an important security measure. There's so much fucking subtlety in the way these lines are drawn, and I'm just trying to soak it in. Trying to soak it in. This is really different from the other one. Yeah, in like areas like this, I'm gonna have to go over a couple times because that shit is so prone to fucking muddiness when I try to do something similar. So gotta figure out the magic. Yeah, that had to be Neko that commented, or maybe it was someone else. I don't know. Because the comment felt very on the pixiv. My hair is starting to flash yellow. My vagina was stimulated. Base, same. I'm almost there, man. After these folds are practice, he's grinding folds, yes. After these folds are grinded, man. After we're refolding. We're uprooting and refolding. Is that what it was called? Uproot? The scam one? Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're uprooting, and we're refolding. Alright, so this one is interesting because it definitely uses a lot more saturation in the shadow than the first one. Because I think what gave her shit that like duller, more Atsunuri-esque look also was just the fact that she would use higher saturation more sparingly. Whereas here it's used almost as a way of like lightening things up more explicitly. So grind, yep, we will be grinding. Yeah, uproot. We will be grinding till the end of tomorrow. Well, we're gonna sleep. We're gonna sleep in a couple hours, but then we're gonna get up and we're just gonna grind because I need fold practice. Like, I really need it. I was not happy with how my last picture came out in that regard. I was not happy with the folds. We need to ascend. Need to ascend. Chicken knows what I'm talking about. So we're just being really careful here. We're copying. We're trying to understand what makes this shit fucking Kino. I'm on Clip Studio, which pretty much everyone is using these days. It's actually a legit. It's not pirated. This is a legitimate Clip Studio. I bought back when it was called Manga Studio, a very long time ago. Like a very long time ago. So this is actually a legit version. I fucking paid for this shit. When I first started art, I was using Photoshop because I used to watch like Western art YouTubers, and Photoshop was like the meta at the time because Western art styles were pretty much not concerned with line art, like really like at all at the time, and line art was kind of like a dead art in the West, and it still kind of is, yeah. It's it's completely behind Japan, and it's actually behind what the like the neoclassicals and even the normal classicals were doing. So Western art has actually regressed in many ways, which is kind of crazy to think about. But at any rate, Photoshop was considered not great for line art, but it was considered really good for painting because it had so many features at the time. Nowadays, everything has those features. But back then, Photoshop was like notably more feature dense than the other stuff. So everyone was like, "Oh, you want Photoshop? Photoshop's the one you want." Spartan toilet product looked like a chicken strip. It's a very it's a very Stribian post. But yeah, so they're all about Photoshop. And Kiyotaka Haimura, he's best known for illustrating Index. He was a Photoshop user at the time, and because he was really painting heavy. Like he's more about the painting. It's funny because he's almost rare. He was almost a rarity in that, like, he has the nice lines and stuff and the nice line art, but his line art is like that rougher style, which was. It's funny because I feel like there's a lot more people similar to that now, just because there's more illustrators. But at the time, he did stand out a little bit for that, for being a little bit more painting heavy. So he was a Photoshop user, and I was like, oh, I love his shit. I should be a Photoshop user. So I just used Photoshop for a while when I first started, and it had no stabilizer, so you had to do the lines. So even like as a noob, your lines were looking like fucking bad, which was fun. Yeah, so that was that. Then I switched to GIMP for a long time, and GIMP has actually a lot of Clip Studio features. Like, it's got a stabilizer, it's got I think it's got vector layers. What else does it have? It has a fast. They added a fast flip to it, because that was actually what was funny. Photoshop did not have a fast flip, so you had to actually do a true flip every time you wanted to see your image flipped on Photoshop. So if your computer was fucking chugging, you'd have to wait. Like, flipping your shit was like an investment. You had to wait like 30 seconds for that shit to flip. So it's not like now where you can just do this, where like Clip Studio always has the flipped version rendered, ready to show you at any time. It's not a true flip. It's not actually programmatically flipping your shit. It's just displaying the data, the image data backward, so to speak, or whatever. I don't know what its algorithm is, but the point is, it's not a true flip. It's not actually changing the data of the fucking illustration. Whereas Photoshop, yeah, you had to do a true flip. So flipping was like a big like moment. It was Soul. Psy, yeah, I did do Psy for a sec. Psy was big at the time because it was the most lightweight thing it was the most lightweight program that was extremely line art friendly. So Japan was all about Psy at the time. At the time I'm talking is like 2014. It was rare to find a Japanese artist that was not using Psy at the time. But then they all moved to Clip. Once Clip got built up more steam. They used to be called Comic Studio. It was weird. It was like reversed. In Japan, they were called Comic Studio. And in America, they were called Manga Studio. But then they just united the brand into Clip Studio once the animation features got more heavy. And everyone just jumped. Computers got I mean, the OS got worse. You know, software always gets worse, but the hardware got. People on average had better computers, so you know, not as many people cared about Psy anymore because Clip was starting to just do everything Psy did, and people didn't care as much anymore about the lightweightness of it. So you will still find Psy to this day. Like Sunako actually does use Psy a decent bit. Like whenever she's recording or streaming or whatever, she's always on Psy. I assume because it's lighter weight, so it taxes the computer less while you're streaming and whatnot. You use Psy, nice. Psy is Soul. Psy is Nico Culture Core. Psy is based in Otaku. It was like the only way to it was the only way to do like Bishoujo Gaineri and shit for like a period. Because you cannot do that shit in Photoshop unless you have like muscles of fucking steel that can make like inhuman strokes just naturally. Like normally you'd have to use Psy or a similar program. You can use Photoshop to do Bishoujo Gaineri at the time, but you'd have to use a mouse. Like Kantoku. I think Kantoku was a Photoshop user, actually. Back when Kantoku used a mouse for everything. I don't know if you knew this, but the legendary illustrator Kantoku, he used to use a fucking mouse. He would sketch on paper and then he would do everything after with a fucking mouse. Because he was out of his mind. And he just knew the program so well that he was able to do everything with the mouse. Like set up his vector layers, program in the look of the look that the stroke is supposed to have, and everything. So that was pretty crazy. He doesn't do it anymore, but for a period he did. It was interesting. There is video footage somewhere out there of Kantoku using his mouse to paint. Yeah. It's a mad lad. Crazy boy. There's video footage of Wolfie becoming world champ based. Wolfie won, man. It is an objective fact that Wolfie's accomplishments take far more skill than Bobby Fischer's. That is true. That is peer reviewed. Snopes verified info. Wolfie won. Scribble never admitted, but you're right. Yeah, nah, we're right, man. Strip can see. I'm confused what the purpose of the exact like contours are in certain points, because sometimes the shadow just goes right over the fucking contour, as if the contour doesn't even mean anything. But obviously it still changes the... It still anchors the thing.
It's how it should work, no? Talking war and counter? Oh. Let's not count it. Because you got so mad and left, I literally didn't leave.
But yeah, it was always Psy. Like if you were to go on like a Nico live stream back in the, it was always Psy. There was a video Psychra made. It's called like Psychra versus Psy or some shit. Psychra versus Paint Tool Psy. And I think it's basically just a video of him like coping about how he doesn't actually like need nice lines and shit.
That was a classic. I remember that.
Yeah.
Like that, not that specific video, but that.
But yeah, that concept, yes, yes.
Wait, did we just do the same thing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all it is. I'm pretty sure it's just like 40 minutes of a guy telling you why Japanese artists are, in fact, inferior for having good line art. And he is sure that he does not need to practice his lines. He does not need to lift.
See where he ended up.
Yeah. So I remember that was like so frustrating back in the day because it was like the only, like no Japanese people were making any type of, like all there was Nico live streams. And it's not like people would explain anything on a live stream, you just watch them. And tutorials. There's like little blog tutorials, and they just tell you like a trick here, a trick there. But there's just like so little resources on like how to actually think and stuff. There's one guy with a blog that you can like still find to this day if you look shit up, and he had like some basic kind of advice, but it was like really vague and it wasn't particularly technical. And he kind of just said copy more, which is good advice, but he really didn't say too much. I did find that though back when I started art, and it was kind of influential on me. It stuck with me. He had this thing where like he was really into like the idea that you have to be able to draw a perfect circle for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's a hand control thing, exercise. But he was really into like, oh, get fucking good at drawing perfect circles. And he inspired me to practice them a lot. But like I feel like I never got better at them, no matter how much I practiced them.
Yeah, that's pretty mysterious. I have no idea what.
Yeah, I've never seen that from anyone ever. Say like draw really good perfect circles.
Yeah, that seems pretty random.
I don't know what he was getting at, but yeah, as you can see to this day, like these are not any better. These are actually probably worse than my first year of drawing or my second year of drawing, because back then I was like actually practicing them, but these are no better. Yeah, I don't know why he was circle pilled, but he was pretty one of a kind for that. Alright, so this is interesting. It's such a... Some of this shit like looks like so fucking prone to mud, but like the actual thing is like not mud. Like there are shadows that are soft on every edge, and you would think that'd be mud, but it's not mud. It just looks good. Cat or dogs? I always liked cats. Because I just like, I've never been like that receptive to dogs' show of I like dogs, but I've never been that receptive to their like shows of affection and stuff. Whereas I like how cats don't give a shit about you. How they're just like selfish and shit. But I do like dogs. Just not like I would never want one. Whereas like a cat would be nice to have. Cats are the taku choice, yeah. I can't think of cats without thinking of Jun Maeda. He's like fucking obsessed with them.
All this guy does is lie.
Yeah, this like I can't figure out what's going on. Yes, yeah, the cat pill. The cat pill is real. That is very true, Kara. The cat pill is real. Take a look. I'm just trying to look at this art real quick. Okay. Yeah, because it's like the thing I really love about cats too is I really like how their bodies are like accordions, like they squash and stretch and shit. Like cats bone, like what was it again? Like their bones are not connected by. Yeah, you've seen that post, Chris. Yeah. So I can't remember what it is. Yeah, they're exactly like. Oh yeah, that's it. Their bones are just connected through muscle, and their muscles are very flexible. That's why they can squash down and they can stretch. Nekose me. I used to be such a stickler for posture. Fake accordion. I would like to learn the accordion, but I got my hands full trying to get even somewhat decent at the piano. I used to be such a stickler for posture, and lately, like, I found myself literally slouching a little bit for the last like 4 years sometimes, but like I've gotten like conscious of it again, so I've been being like good about it again. But I used to be like a real stickler about it, but now I'm trying to get back into it. We're lifting again, and lifting helps. Lifting always helps with posture. Yes, exactly. Squats are good. Deadlifts are good for that shit. Anything any kind of compound thing that's like, you know, legs or torso oriented kind of thing. I always find that like I always just feel gesturally stronger after them. Alright, so this is interesting. There is a little pocket that forms here with like a notably darker tone. And I was trying to do that shit in my illustration, but just coming out with friggin' ass. Like actual ass. So I don't know. I think it's coming after this big stretch of reflective light here, which helps, I think, make it look good. Dark pockets. Going to do soon. TM. Yes. Yes. It feels good to be back to lifting, I will say. I'm still in the like ease into it. weight's kind of lighter. I've been deadlifting really light. Like, I'm just trying to like get my body used to it again. I think I've been doing reps with like just a little under 200 and shit. We're going. We want to ease in. I'm also trying to lose weight, and when your weight goes down, it's, you know, you want to be careful getting your, you know, you want to always be careful with your lifting when your weight's going down. But we're gonna keep cranking it up, and by next year, I'm gonna be full gym cell, fucking yes, progressive overload. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna be full fucking gym cell pilled, fucking Zizian kind of. Yes, we're gonna fucking mock Dan. We're gonna frighten Dan. Anki time. Thank you, chicken. Thanks again for the dono. I very much appreciate it. Keeps me motivated. Not that I'm not motivated, but extra incentive. Give us a gun. Show when you get swole. Yes. Give us a gun show. Yes, we'll do it, man. I'm honestly probably not going to gain that much size because I usually train more with a focus on like getting my lift numbers up than size, but yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Physically intimidate the indie twigs. Yes. All the indie NBs are gonna be like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna head out. That's just a flat out. Go man out of the chalice. Yeah. Reminds me, I watched like a few minutes of his fucking apology. You can definitely tell he cooked up. You can definitely tell he was just thinking, oh, sweet, I'm gonna get some fucking teenage tale. You can definitely tell he was just thinking that, and he kind of cooked up a convenient thing afterward. Because, I mean, I definitely, like, believe him that she was trying to destroy him. Like, that's obvious. That's just a given. But he was definitely just thinking, oh, shit. I'm gonna get fucking... Is he still working? I don't even know. I honestly don't know. It's kind of like bad for him if he finishes it, because if it's done, first of all, no one's gonna give a shit about it 'cause it's gonna be just fucking terrible. And then there's not gonna be any more like reason to keep up with him. It's like, oh well, the game's fucking over. It's done. So it's probably in his best interest to just delay this shit till the day he dies. The only problem with that is that interest is waning regardless. So it's kind of lose-lose. I guess with time he'll just fade into obscurity, but who knows? Yeah, that's how I remember it. That's how I remember it. PewDiePie played that shit several times. It's actually, I actually think I found out about PewDiePie and that at the same time. I think the first PewDiePie thing I ever saw, the first time I ever saw PewDiePie was him playing the Yandere Sim demo. I found out about both at the same time. I had no idea that there was, like, I didn't find out that the dev had all this fucking drama and shit about him until like a few years later. I just assumed it was like some stupid, like, you know, it was just like some cheap, like, one-off, like, you know, free games site type thing. I didn't realize it was a dude who was like promising to make like some ambitious, like, fucking feature dense game. Obviously getting nowhere with it, but yeah. Yando should have sold that shit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's planning for his future because he's much more infamous than he is famous, and he doesn't have any real like skills or anything. So it's like I don't know if you can make a living off of just being an internet meme. I mean, if he was to do like a fundraiser, his sheer like, if he was ever like on the verge of going homeless or something, his sheer like iconicness would probably carry him through like a fundraiser or something. There's definitely people who would like donate even as just like a joke. But yeah, I don't know. Has he learned? I doubt it, man. I doubt it. He's hilarious because like I'm pretty sure he was literally like, pretty sure his job before that fucking stupid game was software engineer. He has too many emails to check. Yeah, exactly. He's got to check them all, man. Like, what is he supposed to do? He's got to respond to those emails. I'm pretty sure he was a fucking he was some kind of software code monkey dude before. He worked on the game, which just goes to show how fucking low our standards have kind of fallen. Yeah, probably web. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you saw, but like, apparently Mike Z, the fucking, I guess he's best known for Skullgirls and shit. Mike Z like fucking mentored him one time, and he was like utterly uncooperative, and like Mike Z like fucking tried to talk real to him and be like, yo, what the you know, your attitude is so bad. Yeah, given the absolute state of web dev, yeah. I assume Mike Z knows his shit. So Mike Z was like what the fuck, man? How do you expect to get anywhere with like your attitude this fucking bad? And Yandere Dev did not reflect on himself from that. He instead declared war on Mike Z. It's like the most like single most miserable man on this planet.
It completely confused me when I would see the like hatred that he was.
Yeah.
You like learn about it.
Exactly.
Like, oh, yeah.
It's got a truck. Yeah, the dude's insane. He's literally insane. Yeah, because like, yeah, exactly. Like, you first learn about him, you're like, why does everyone like hate this dude so much? Like, What did he do? And you're like, oh, okay, that's what he did.
It's like it's the most unbalanced shit.
Heard some of his worst coding has been improved. Yeah, I'd hope it's at least a little better than.
I hit him 3 times.
Apparently, it was like actually spaghetti, and like just nothing was being made. It does still seem like he just doesn't work. That does seem to be. That does seem to be the case.
I don't want to play on game.
Indians can't compete, yeah. There's diaper code and then there's Yandev code. Reminds me, I watched like a Kaze Emanuel vid yesterday. It was like he was saying how he showed this really fucking cool, this like really sick thing you can do on the N64 to save like a flag check every cycle, so that like it's a check for like a certain type of slippery floor, so that you don't have to like check the flag, so you don't have to like run through and check your flags every I can't remember. I don't know. It was really complicated, but basically he did some shit where you dynamically change what a function returns during runtime using memcopy. I couldn't follow the whole thing, but it looked fucking cool. Anyway, it's like evil Yandere though. He's actually good as shit at coding.
Walking up again, there's a halfway.
Yeah, the guy that's been, yes. I've been following him for a very long time.
I'm not even visible. Like I'm holding back.
He
The ramp at that point.
things got a little weird. Things got a little weird when he got married, because he had one of those like kind of like domineering wives, whatever you want to call it. He had like a really. Luckily, it seems like she's kind of taking a backseat.
I can't find the gun.
But yeah, things were getting. I was a little worried for him for a period there, but seems like he's regained a little bit of his dignity and composure. He did get a full-time job though, which is kind of sad. I did want to see him dedicate himself to Mario full-time, but if he's got like a wife and shit, you know. James Lambert. As Sam would say, a Yoko Ono. Yes, exactly. Exactly. James Lambert. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yes. He was fucking doing the Portal shit, and then the Portal shit just got canceled. I don't know if you heard, but Valve does not want Portal 64 to happen, because to code for the N64 at all, you have to use some of Nintendo's, like official libraries and shit, and whatnot, and yeah. They don't want that because it's technically like some kind of legal fucking thing. That's fucked up though.
What is Portal 64?
Huh?
Portal 64?
Oh, he was making a version of the game Portal on the N64.
Okay.
He was like homebrewing the whole thing.
I'm losing this because I have to respond to
Yeah, Hee-Ho, for sure. He's completely wrong about the Portal A and B, though. Actually, don't remember even what he was talking about. I don't know if I ever actually like closely. I did watch a few of his recent updates, but I actually don't really like know anything about what he's actually making in the specifics. Like I don't follow him like closely like I do Kaze. But that does sound funny. Yeah, it's fucked up. Hopefully he keeps. I think he said he's gonna keep homebrewing the shit, but he'll do something else. The physics problem where the piston with the portal on either spits out the block or just poops it out. I see. Oh, okay. Wait, I'm starting to see. It's crazy. I'm starting to like just fucking see a pattern now that I wasn't seeing before. So the softening of the shit actually takes a shape unto itself, which is kind of important. Valve Dolphin emulator from Steam 2. They don't want to. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo's like real, like fucking Yakuza. Like Miyamoto will like cut your fucking balls off and shit, or like hang you from a you know, hang you from a rope in a warehouse overnight.
Dude, what? I can't see it. I have some setting on.
Okay. Alright, let's look up the portal paradox.
Flash like crazy fucking bright.
Portal paradox.
You cross.
The portal paradox. I feel like I saw this and I just don't remember. I don't remember what I've.
Come out.
Will this vid do it? Alright, I'm pausing my immersion for this.
Suck my fucking sweaty, furry fucking balls.
Let's pause Liam. I really like this art for this thumbnail. On this one Toho song. Alright, let's see. You can just look at the image. Okay, alright, let's look at the image. By image you mean the thumbnail? Oh. Alright, let's Alright, let's go back. Alright, let's get our immersion back. Alright. The portal paradox. Okay. Oh, I see. Does it? Yes, here it is. You have two portals and one metal rod.
It was 13 to 8.
I assume this is the same thing. Right. Does it go through at the velocity that the portal? Yes, this one. Yes, is it going through at the velocity that the portal was going, or that the fucking okay, all right. Let me really carefully think about this. If it's going, it means it's appearing in space at the.
I'm not even trolling. Did I cross?
I mean, it doesn't lose its grounded state until it. Well, it's. it's already
Actually, I'll play the
um.
because I think it's kind of short.
Oh wait. If this is going upward as well, if these are both no, just this is coming downward because there's no speed lines under this, so it's just this coming down.
It's kind of crazy.
Cause is there anything similar I can think of? Like,
My forfeit is I have to play Bullet 2, and I have to play it, and
I don't know. I keep leaning on A. I keep leaning on A. Because even though it's teleported, it's not like it was. Yeah, I'm feeling A. Like no matter how I think about it, I just come back to A. Because I can't see where that velocity is actually coming from. What's good, my bro? Yo. It's Cam, I think. Yes, that is Cam. We are back. We were in illustration hell. Yeah, I can't see where this actually velocity would get produced. It just doesn't feel... I get the principle, like... It appeared there, like... Like it was teleported from a portal that had velocity, but the whole point of teleportation is that it's just a strict movement. Yeah. Exactly. It's not like the portal's throwing it. It's just instantly moving it, so it would be a plop. It's gotta be a plop. Yeah, Cam, we were in illustration hell. We were finishing our illustration. It was terrible. We drew folds like shit. And we're on the fold grind now. But we're about to get back to the writing grind. And it should be good. But tomorrow is all fold grinds. All fold grind. So, then after tomorrow, yeah, and then we can finally get back to writing and shit. I have been throwing up like a little bit. Like today I threw up like one sentence on high native. Just because it came to me real quick in the morning. I threw that shit up on high native. But otherwise, yeah. It's just art right now, sadly. But we are just about out of like art hell. Source engine jank. Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question. I'm curious what would it is interesting to see like what what happens in the the bias of an engine with stuff like that. I feel like there's not enough space for this shit to happen. Maybe like that? Shit. And this is some very subtle shit where it goes over. Let's move this over a little bit. Depends on how fast the piston is going, Phil. The energy from the shock of... Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, because if there's like... Yeah, because if the base... If it's the equivalent of like the second it appears, there's like a smack on the surface it came from. And that's like strong enough, then maybe that would give it some velocity. But even then, it's like, how much velocity are you really going to get out of that? I don't know. I don't know. I never did. I never did any sort of advanced physics thing, so it's like way out of my depth. But it's gotta be A. It's gotta be A. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, like if I was an anime director and we had to make a scene where that happens, I would tell the artist to go with A. So. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why the portal's velocity would get transferred. That's just, I don't. I thought the whole point of teleportation is that it's not an actual like movement. It's just a literal change of location. That's what I think. It's as if you just like took something's position value and just typed a different position value in. What would tune my innocent? Exactly. A final answer, yeah. Yes, our top VN, yes. Exactly. This is the new Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat. Now, according to Rikishi's undying locality to Schrodinger, we do not know. We truly do not know what happens within the portal exactly. Yeah. It's just like going to sleep. Good night, Bato. Yes, thank you for popping by. Good work today. Whatever you practiced. Keep up the good work. We'll be getting powerful. Graxx for another, I don't know, 24 hours. What time is it right now? It's almost 12. I'll probably have to stop in like 30 minutes myself. Maybe 20 minutes, I don't know. Depends how hungry I am. I'm kind of full, I'm probably not going to eat anymore tonight. I feel like I'm just getting started with this though. I feel like I could do this for another fucking month. I actually did used to do that a lot at times. Like if I needed something to work on with art, I would sometimes just take a fucking month to do it. All day, every day. Makes it sound like I should be better than I am, but it's just how art is, especially when you're not that talented. Any calorie goals? Yeah, well, kind of. I kind of want to get back into whatchamacallit? You know, like fasting and shit. Because I always like lose a lot of good. I've always lost like good weight doing fasts and stuff. But the thing is that it's hard to fucking. They're like a like they always run the risk of just randomly destroying my energy on like just a bad day. Just you just got a bad roll and now your energy's like fucking dead and you can't work. We are listening to an East New Sound playlist that I've kind of had going for a long time because it's fucking really good. It's really good. It's really good Graxx BGM. Grind maxing. grind rot maxing. My favorite ones are always the Kyrian ones. It's usually all Toho remixes. I can't gain any weight anime protectors. Yeah. Oh, if you meant what's on the TV, we've just had various anime and stuff playing. And what else do we have? Who is that? Probably some VTubers and shit. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, some people are like that, Kara. I had very brief periods of training more for size, and I didn't really like it, because it would you have to eat a lot, and it was really annoying. It made eating extremely not enjoyable. And it takes a while. Like, it's not like it's serious like work, and I just didn't like it at all. And I just went back to a more strength focused routine after, like, I don't know, 2 months or something. Otherwise, I've been like fucking barely, you know. That was back when I did work out at all. But I've been off the fucking wagon for like way too long now. Japan's too easy, good food for... Yes, yes. Oh, so you have been doing ball in Japan? But yeah, no, that's good exercise. Good to hear you're keeping up with it. It's fucking hard once you get into your 20s and you're trying to work, but it's so fucking important. Family Mart's so goated with the sauce, yeah. Oh yeah, Shekaijin team, Shekaijin. That's sick. Yeah, it's cool how Japan does that. How it has those little recreational teams and shit. Like, you know, like Irie and Higurashi. Coming got volleyball team. Go with that, yeah. Let's see, is there anything else I want to pay attention to here? Alright, well, the first thing I will say about this is that, yeah, everything's much more organized on this one. It's more just about smooth gradients and defined edges. Just getting the rhythm of that right. Japan, you always have referees and you have to volunteer to help in the other games. Ah, I see. Yeah, so it's a whole effort like that. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Okay, so what's interesting too about the other one is that yeah, so the original had more. Alright, so we're not gonna do these like careful things anymore. Now we're just gonna move into more like quick stroke, like basic pattern memorization stuff. Should do sumo, yeah. So what was the? I just found out recently. There's like a gaijin limit on the sumo. Like, there's only like so many gaijin that are allowed to compete or something. Because the gaijin naturally have bigger frames than the Japanese, so they have a much easier time dominating. Because weight is so important in sumo. Okay, so this one's like, and then it kind of comes out. Some Middle Eastern dude on top. He's pretty para and seems pretty check. Oh, no shit. It's weird. You wonder how they end up in that situation, like how they would even, you know, like how there's so few gaijin to begin with. Like, I wonder like what that dude's story is. How it's like, oh, I'm not, you know, I'm a gaijin and I'm like well culturally assimilated, and I do fucking sumo. Pro basketball, no more than 2. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a good rule to preserve the, you know, preserve the integrity of the, oh shit, rocker. You know, preserve the integrity of the balance, you know what I mean? Definitely a good rule. Oh, right, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, like who's, yeah, exactly. It's, you know, it's Japanese sports for Japanese people.
My dear lord, man. Please. Okay, I'm doing right side.
Oh, is my mom calling?
YouTube Music is a music app where you can use Google Assistant to play your songs. Like, hey Google, play sexy mood music. Yeah.
Fuck is
Get
that
YouTube
sound?
Music Premium.
What's that? How is that not one of them? That's supposed to be. I'm gonna lose. I'm actually gonna lose. What happens if I lose? Obviously. Wait, did I lag? Did my stream quality went to shit? Oh, the static. Oh, I found the room, dude. Okay. What the fuck is happening? He said, I always hated my mother. I live in terror of becoming like her. What a horrible comedy. Dude, I can't read what he's saying. I'm stressed by the time, dude. how am I supposed to do this? It's impossible. And I'm supposed to read at the same time? There's no way this is meant to be completed. Dude, oh. Entire game is
Where we at? Singing karaoke, snack bar, and got caught up with the wrong crowd. Turns out they were actively going to yes, what is that? A kabakuda. Oh, I see. Yeah, like that. Kaba. Yeah, like a club. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
what a Breaking Bad word. For your liver, your lungs.
Let me see how to read this fucking
4 to 6 months.
name.
Start putting your affairs in order.
Tochi no Shin Tsuyoshi Rikishi.
Can't ignore it. You can't walk out of this office and have this all just go away.
Tochi no Shin.
Is this supposed to be
Oh yeah, holy shit. This dude's intense looking.
That's it, I gotta change this. Okay. Game is like the dev found out how to make things
Holy shit. That is fucking hilarious. That's insane. Oh my god, that's fucking nuts. One dude was saying how I won't name names in case he doesn't want me to name, but he was saying how he was hanging out with some dudes and they were like, dude, we gotta fucking we gotta go to the fucking soap, and he ended up renting a prostitute for a little bit, and he ended up regretting the shit out of it. I'm trying to get this shape right. Yeah. Yeah, it just like happens. Like if you're like with if you're with that kind of person, if you're with that kind of crowd, they're gonna bring you to do some degenerate shit. the past that stuff is like really cheap, like soap stuff or like the Kyabakuda shit, or both, I assume. Crazy though, yeah. Crazy that it was that expensive. Both, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I actually don't know how much the dude I'm talking about ended up paying. I think he mentioned. I think he did mention, yeah, and it was pretty. I think it was pretty high. You ever had a chick slide around you? What is that? I'm trying to figure out what he means. Can tell if that's like some kind of slang that I'm not aware of or not. We've been like ultra. We've been like. Oh yeah. Oh, with the soap, yeah. That honestly, like, it looks like a like. It sounds like a comfy experience. It's not something I would ever do, but it does sound like a comfy experience. It's kind of like when you get like an expensive haircut, when you get like all the massage shit. But yeah, it's definitely like not. Definitely wouldn't do it myself, but it does look comfy. It was really funny how I mean I don't mean to laugh. He was pretty upset that he was pretty upset that he let himself indulge in a prostitute, but it was pretty funny how shitty he felt about it. Wonder if he's still no fapping after that. Indian haircut massage videos go hard, yeah. Paid money to meet me again. Wow. That's actually kind of cool. She's actually, yeah, give you at least some of your money's worth, yeah. I'm starting to get like, kind of a little bit dizzy now. I think I probably should stop. Tomorrow we're going all day. We're going fucking hard. We're getting these folds down. We're not gonna do like the really slow, careful copies like I was doing today either. We're gonna go fast. We're just gonna jam these patterns in our head. We're gonna get to the essence of the folds. The jacket. Okay, I see. So the reason the shit on the front always is like so soft because the entire jacket has to read as soft in the middle. Or it just doesn't fucking read right. You can only put the hards at a point where it's like straight up, like bending like this. Or it doesn't work. And the reason the softs don't look bad is because the gentle flow of gradients, I guess. I don't know. We're still trying to figure that out. Still trying to figure that out. Beware, they are cocottes. Yes. Yes, that is very true. That is how they all are. Always. It was funny, there's this video of Nobita. What's his name? The Find Your Love in Japan dude. He was, yeah, she won't get, yeah. He interviewed this one, like, Gaijin Hunter girl, I think. Oh, yeah. Base chicken. I gotta do mine too. I let like 1,000 build up because I don't do it every day. I gotta start doing it again. I'll maybe knock a few out before bed. But yeah, there's this one. Yeah, Nobita interviewed this fucking Gaijin Hunter girl, and I can't remember what she was talking about, but she was like twisted. She like ruined like so many dudes like lives or something. It feels like no remorse. She's like a get back at your dad kind of type. Like you know, despises all men. Feels no remorse. Pure cold-blooded.
Oh, I am.
That was illuminating for sure. Or no, I don't think she was a Gaijin hunter. I think she was just in general. She was just in general trying to fuck over as many men as possible. I can't remember. Anyway, it was an interesting video. Alright, this turned into a mess. I lost track of what I'm even copying right now. But let's forget this one. Let's go back to the other one. First time I've had a streak over 1 year. That's pretty sick. I think my best streak ever was maybe like a month. We're just not much of a streaker. But I've always been like envious of the people who can do it. Because it is good. It is good if you can do that. It's part of the reason I'm always like, you know, forgetting, like, not forgetting, but you know what I mean. It's part of the reason I'm not as quick as I should be with certain words and stuff. But I don't have any complaints with my current abilities, per se, so I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, but I do want to get up on my cards. Yeah, this shit's a lot more straightforward. Much less directional changes. Easier to memorize, but more subtle. Quit honking. I had periods where I just kind of quit. I consider myself in like semi-retirement with Anki. Like, I'll always go back. I'll always knock out the cards. If I really feel like a word should be in there, I'll put it in. But I just don't feel the need. I don't feel the need to do it, I guess, is how I feel about it. Like, I'm happy with the way I read. I'm happy with the way I listen. I'm getting happy with the way I write. I had a close to 3-year streak going when I was in college, but it basically died as soon as I started Hiki maxing. Need to be sleeping at reasonable. Yeah. I could see, like, if you like wage or do like college stuff, I could see it being like part of the routine and stuff, but. You just wait for your yeah, exactly. Why settle for less? Actually, part of the reason I don't do that much Anki is because it kind of got replaced with like ear training. Because I'm always trying to do ear training shit. I mean, college I still manage. I don't know if chicken means with girls or with Anki, but yeah. If the people who are good at keeping up with it, they can knock it out in like 5 to 10 minutes. So there's really like no there's really no reason to like not do it if you're able to just stay on top of it. There's never really like a point to not doing it. It's just that like, oh, you mean with Bob? Yeah. It's just that like I find that so okay, I got like 10 minutes right now. Like, what am I gonna do? I honestly usually start doing like ear training shit because it's very similar to Anki. It's like routine question and answer type shit. Same type of motion. It's just that like I need my musical ability to suck less. More urgently than I need to learn, more urgently than I need to reinforce words that I feel like I already, kind of know. So, but yeah, we have our Anki sessions. We still have our Anki sessions. We'll never stop doing it. I'll probably be Ankiing some shit in like, 20 years from now. Every here and there. It's the Ichiban Suyoi Gaijin. Shimuraka's the Senman Ichido Kiseki no idol. In my area, I'm known as the Senman. Ichido Kiseki no Nihongo Dekiru Small Face Gaijin. Dual set of Lost, Cam 1. Don't have a thing for those times right now since I'm not doing Anki anymore, so I boot up a phone. Get gamers, so yeah, keeping up on the gacha gay. Yeah, that's the problem, is that like there is no Anki equivalent for art, sadly. The closest thing is probably what I'm doing right now, which is a lot more intensive than like Anki. Unless it's like Anki that's like prompting you to like write a fucking sentence or something, which obviously no one uses it that way. I don't even know what that would be, but yeah, so that's the sad thing about art. It's very, very proactive. It's constantly asking, like, I think it's asking engagement more than, I almost want to say it's asking engagement more than most activities in terms of like, not like conscious focus per se, but like full employment of full employment of the mind's energies. I guess I put it that way.
When you get good enough where doing faces, like quick, it's not the full.
Yeah, like a face gesture.
Yeah, like not the full line count complexity stuff, but like a semi-simplified or simplified version of the face,
Yes.
Where you're keeping like doing that, like when you're good enough to do that quickly and rhythmically.
Yeah.
That,
I can't believe
that's the closest you'll get to feeling like that.
Yeah.
You can start the day out with that. Like, you just
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
But it requires that like a very high level.
Yeah, so it's like you unlock the Anki after you already get fucking good.
Yeah. Because I'll do that. I'll start it there.
Just use images to trace over and put in a deck. Exactly. Yeah. Why is this so fun?
Like you unlock the Anki.
Exactly. Yeah. Why is it so fun to use the Chud? I don't know. This Chud is a funny character because he's like. I see Chud as like the underdog. He's very relatable.
So it's not just too easy.
It's easy to he's like the underdog that no one's like expecting big things out of, but you feel like he can feel like he could strike at any time in a good or bad way. Okay. Alright, let me see what I'm not getting here. Alright, well, first off, this is not lining up to this. These are supposed to line up. Because it's important that... It's important to remind... I'll never have anything good in life. Because you're looking for these broad pockets to form like that, like this. The tricky part is just like, what the fuck? Yeah, the pockets have to be broad enough. No question. That's like.
Hi. You have reached the United States Washington Moscow hotline. Thank you for your call. Are you calling about an urgent matter, and would you like a direct line with the president?
And it can only get dark enough when it's implying like a true like pocket. Like a more closed pocket. I want to look at the. No, let's just close it out. I want to look at the other one again more closely. The other one is like a very like kind of, it's like a more complex contour. You know what? Actually, let's not just keep copying these back and forth. I'm starting to get like Gestalt Hokai shit. Let's look at instead. Let's look at is that one sweatshirt? Yes. This is like a different type of material, but it's like kind of similar. What she's wearing here. I just want to do a quick check of that real quick. Now I'll probably go to sleep because I'm starting to get like slightly delirious. So I'm just gonna do a real fast copy of this one. Just a real quick shape check, and then we're gonna snooze. Alright, so you got the fluffy shit up here. What would you say is harder between folds and hair?
I think hair is harder, but
I guess so.
I think hair is harder.
Yeah, I assumed it's deeper. Yeah.
It's like with folds. I think there's like more.
Yeah, there's more categories.
Yeah.
And more memorization involved.
Yeah, whereas like hair becomes like pretty intuitive after a while, but it's always like.
Yeah, it's extremely deep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a constant test of like every single element at all times.
Whereas fold is just, I mean, it is just about like knowing all the categories of situations.
Yeah.
And they all kind of revolve around like B's and Y's.
Right.
And so, but there are some weird ones. And
Yeah.
You have to stop and study them.
Yeah, because there's definitely some moments where it feels like something very inventive was required.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Try again. Press 1. To return to the main menu, press 2. Hi.
Let's apply for a new one.
United States, Washington, Moscow. If you're calling about renewing trade accords with the White House, press 1. If you're calling about to apply for Washington. To apply for a new verification code, we need to know if you are a
Reminds me of the shot versus cops video, parallel analysis video.
Press 2. What is your function? If you are head of defense, press 1.
Obviously,
If you are head of international relations, press 2.
right?
If you are president, king, or chairman of your nation, press 3. Thank you for applying for a Washington Moscow hotline verification code. Your code is 0, 3, 4, 6,
Did someone get that? I didn't get that.
press 0.
04718.
Alright, so this goes. Yeah, it's crazy how like the directional changes and stuff on like the older art was like a lot more like wild and shit. I guess that's just like a common thing they'll see a lot with shit. So the shit gets more subtle, starts implying more in a single move.
On the right one, please. What is it?
It's like hard to. You're trying to lean more towards like Otzenary shit. It's really easy to be tempted to just like over describe something. It's supposed to go way more down. Uh,
340-034-678. You moron! Go fuck yourself.
and there's all these like subtle, very subtle kind of ways of conveying the texture of the fucking thing. No. Well, this material does feel, since this material is supposed to be like less puffy, it's a little more intuitive. I think the problem is when the shit gets really puffy, it gets really unintuitive because you start needing to use like really like subtle contours. The directional changes really start to fade to like nothing. Itchy font ceiling. Buttered chicken or chicken tikka masala? I honestly don't know if I've ever had either of those. Usually when I eat, I'm like on the like poverty maxed menu. So my chicken is just like fat ass chicken thrown on like rice or whatever. So I actually don't know, to be honest. I pretty much, if chicken is prepared well, like if it's an interesting chicken recipe thing, made by someone who knows what they're doing. I usually like it. Like I like I don't know, like Indian food.
Unfortunately, I have to roleplay and I have to act like
Once we stop, I'll get back to you on that once we're eating good.
Otherwise, it's cheating.
Please, sir, have some Microsoft Help Desk certified food.
The codes change. I'm gonna double check the code. We're just gonna immediately go in and check the code, and then. Wait, I think you're supposed to fail. I think you probably can't clear it. You probably are supposed to take multiple attempts to gain information. Methinks. Oh shit. Teaching you a message about failure? Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, it says you are the chairman, but like, what is a chair? Oh my god. But what is a chairman? It's the guy sits in a chair.
Is that the shape? Is that the right shape? I can't tell. No, it's supposed to be like more. It's supposed to be more space to it.
Hi. You have reached the United States Washington Moscow hotline. Thank you for your call. Are you calling?
Is this a fucking commercial?
Would you like a direct line with the president?
Nope.
Press 1. If you're
Oh no, it's like Liam listening to some bullshit. I'm getting ass. Oh fuck, I'm like falling asleep already. I gotta finish this real quick. Yeah, so this is... I think when it's like at this level of material, I definitely like feel like I'm getting what's going on a little better at least. Because it will still form like these little like more intuitive like pockets and shit like this as well. I think part of the problem is I'm not taking seriously enough the idea that like, you know, the darkness is implying a like a shift in the material, and has like specific shapes. I don't know how to think about it yet. We'll think harder about it tomorrow. The random bag. Hi stream. Hello, random bag. I'm actually probably about to go to bed in a minute. I'm just doing a quick. We're gonna be doing this all day tomorrow though. Practicing folds. We're just doing copies. Get this little seam in there. Because we just finished an illustration, we did not like the folds. So we gotta get good at this shit. Or all is lost. Nice, what's this about? LOL. What is what about? Pro Kicks, hello. Hello, Pro Kicks. If you mean what are we drawn for? We are drawing so that we can just like make illustrations and like design characters and shit. Remember me. Yes, I'm pretty sure I do. If you say the last thing you did, then I'll definitely fully remember. But I do remember your name, big time. I just don't remember our last interaction vividly. Oh, by these, do you mean the copies I'm doing? I'm just copying shit right now for practice. We gotta stop sucking at folds. So we're just copying. Quick copy. Then I'm gonna sleep. Tomorrow we're doing copies all day. All day of copies. Oh, this is... I don't know how the fuck this happened, but... This shit got, like, way too fucking small. I don't know how that happened. There we go. But we will be working on send me my art and ask you for advice in Discord. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes. Yes. Yes, that is it. Yep. We are referencing the folds for future reference. I'm trying to find our conversation. But yeah, at any rate, how's it been going? Yes, that's right. Okay, yes. Now I can visualize your art now. I can visualize your art now again. Yes. Hopefully you've been keeping up the good work. Greatest game soundtrack. My favorite is shit. I don't know. Fuck. I feel like I have an answer for this. I'm supposed to remember, but for some reason I can't remember. There's a lot of ones I like a lot. I was thinking about how good Tekken 2's is the other day. I used to listen to that so much. It's another one. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like one that I'm just like, oh man, that thing is just insane. It's just like insane. I don't know. I know that there's one that like I would want to name for sure. I just can't think of it right now. Maybe in my folder there's something that will make me think of it. No, I'm not sure what it would be. It's gonna be a RPG, and it's basically what I'm gonna do is there will be like VNs. It's like a normal RPG, but there will be VN, like cutscenes will be like VN style and shit. I'm actually gonna to kind of try to get the you know, the zoomer to kind of zoomer proof it. You know, low attention span and all that shit. As the game goes, we're gonna increase the ratio. We're going to increase the ratio of VNs, you know, of reading to gameplay gradually as you go. So by the end of the game, you're going to be doing a lot more reading than playing. But for the first, you know, like chunk, you're going to be doing more playing than reading. That's kind of my plan. I don't know if it'll exactly work out that way, but that is the plan. Roughly. So yeah, it's just supposed to be a Vienna ending. If you want a visualizer, yes, it's because VNs don't have raw VNs don't have like they don't have easy marketability. It's much easier to sell people, oh, here's an RPG that's story heavy, than tell people they gotta read a book. Unfortunately. That's just how it is. And you know, I like games, obviously, a lot. So, that's how it will be. It should, honestly, I've been cooking up some good stuff for the gameplay port. It should be honestly quite fun. Like, it shouldn't feel like an afterthought or anything. Because you know how like there's like RPG Maker games where the actual like game aspect is very much just kind of like tacked on. It's just kind of like there to sort of pace the game or whatever. I don't want to do it like that. I want to actually make like a genuinely like, you know, a genuinely fun. You know, there's only so much you can do with like a very small team, but I still want it to be very fun, regardless. You know, interesting, fun, whatever. We got all these cool things cooking to make it interesting. So it should be a fun time. It's gonna be turn-based, and as far as the system, it's actually the thing is actually I actually like studied the most to decide what to do with it, like how to, you know, how I plan on like designing it. But it is actually Pokemon, and the reason for that, not the monster catching element, the competitive element. The reason is because competitive Pokemon has so much fucking content on it. So if you want to know how that's balanced and how that works and how that feels to play, you can just hop on fucking, you know, like the meme gifs, hop on Pokemon Showdown. You know, you can just hop on Pokemon Showdown, like test shit out, learn about shit. It's an extremely easy model. I found it to be an extremely easy, and growing up, I liked playing Pokemon Stadium a lot. I would periodically play Pokemon Stadium. Yes, I have played through all of Mother 2. Mother 1 was actually, I have not played 3 yet, but Mother 1 was actually a big reason I wanted to make a game, you know, like a game in the first place. Because Mother 1 is actually one of my all-time favorite games. Mother 2 I liked as well, and I really like some of the gameplay innovations in it. Yes, I've heard Lisa did some really cool shit. I have never actually played it myself. I definitely will at some point. I heard it did a lot of cool shit. It did a lot of stuff that I would find really cool. That I already know I would like, a lot of cool survival elements that I really like. Yes, I am aware that 3 has like an actual action command. I want to stay away from all action commands. Because I find that indie devs have a very hard time doing action commands well. Because I feel like action commands ironically don't simplify what makes a system good. They actually complicate it. Like if you think of a really good action command game like Paper Mario, like the second Paper Mario, TTYD, Paper Mario RPG, that it might look like it's simple, like, oh, the system works because the action commands, but it's actually designed very carefully that takes into account, like, the game would still be good and fun even if the action commands were not actually action commands, they were just random variants. The game would still be good and fun. It's not fun and good because of the action command. The action command just makes it even more fun. And I feel like that there's a lot of complexity that goes into that you don't want to mess with unless you have like a bigger team. So I've thought extensively about that kind of stuff, like how can, you know, like what makes, like if you're playing Pokemon Stadium or something and you have like a team that's actually like winnable, like what makes those battles suspenseful and like accessible and like fun. Pokemon is known for being very like addictive when you do play it in that context and shit, and I wanted to think about like what gives that kind of simplicity, that kind of addictive simplicity to it. Yeah, Tails can be very fun. Yeah, it's definitely, I think it is Zoomer ADHD, Chris, and I think it's also the fact that it's been so long since the format really thrived. I think it's a lot of things, honestly. There's so many things I could point to for why I think that's the case. I play a lot of skill-based games like the Soul series and Roll. So I can see how someone enjoys. Yeah, I really enjoy skill checks on turn-based. By skill checks, you mean like actual physical skill, not just like rolling the dice and yeah. Yes, that's all of the Mario RPGs have action commands. It's not just partners in time, yeah. And that it was the original Mario RPG that developed that. It had a very simple action command system. As I was saying, the game is not good because of that. It's made better because of it. The game would still be good, and I feel like that's something a lot of indie devs don't really get that. I stopped playing after. I'm sorry. Okay. Here's the thing. I am planning on implementing a thing that is technically a real-time element into the game, and that I did not want encounters to be based on steps. I want encounters to actually, the encounter rate to be based on just simply time spent in an area. And the encounter rate is going to vary depending on where I wrote this all well. I wrote this out really well on the devlog. I'm just going to fucking pull that up so I can read it off.
So there's technically a real-time element to the game that should keep people who like action games possibly happy. Where is this shit? Here it is. Where the fuck is this? Yeah, here we go. Where are we at? Yes, here it is. I put little like music notes, like what music I want to play. Okay. By default, you do not encounter enemies. While moving through a dungeon, you will eventually start to hear strange and unusual noises. These allow you to know you are in the presence of enemies. The louder and more frequent the noises, the higher the encounter rate. The types of noises will tell you what type of enemy you are at risk of encountering. Enemies can migrate, meaning loitering in an area can put you at risk for getting swarmed. Turning tail and booking upon noticing enemy activity can be a valid strategy for avoiding enemies. Be careful to not move from frying pan into fire. This offers an advantage over random encounters, which are known for being prone to creating a sense of dissonance between the map and battles. It also offers an advantage over physical enemy symbols on the map, which segregates the effort of avoiding battles into a crude collision game. So this allows for unique scenarios, such as creating a sense of panic while trying to clear like an obstacle or something. Like if there's like a Zelda-like obstacle or something. It will create essentially a real-time element. So that will be good. We've been using Godot. We have been using Godot. Friday night Funkast turn-based. Good question. I don't know. I guess you could. It's definitely some type of turn-based. Devlog went. We're hoping this month. Honest, I don't know. We got so caught up with doing like fucking illustrations. Both me and my brother were doing like totally focused on illustrations for the last 2 months. Or we were cooking the game a little bit, but we were much more focused on getting illustration shit going. But after tomorrow, I kind of just want to go balls to the wall.
Should be this month.
Yeah, so like I think we hopefully should get it out this month.
Yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't be this month. It's definitely gonna be this month.
As far as enemy environment art and all that shit, it's all gonna be my brother, but I'm gonna help him come up with like ideas if he needs help, or I might do a little bit of art assistant work. But ideally, he's doing art as much as possible, and I'm doing as little as possible. I did create like a mock-up. I created like a mock-up ages ago. As far as like a theoretical like environment. Because we were thinking like, oh, just make the environments and field sprites look like Mario RPG. Because that's more interesting than like a pseudo... Or not like a pseudo. Like, a lot of games do like a pseudo, like, Super Famicom kind of look. And obviously Mario RPG is Famicom, but it's 3D. It's 3D renders. No, this is not it. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. This was like my little mock-up I made a long time ago. As far as like, oh, what if just from scratch we painted little environments that kind of look like Mario RPG. And this is pretty rough. I could definitely do a much better job now. But yeah, that was the concept. And then the characters will look like, you know, like the little like 3D sprites, 3D pre-rendered sprites from like, you know, like the original like Kiseki game and shit. Like that, yeah, the 98 vibes, yeah. Not to load you with my story, I'm creating a Souls-like RPG. That story aspect has been a little bit, but a little 2E art. Stream, oh, instantly, yeah. Send me, do you have videos or stream or whatever? I'm gonna go to your channel real quick. I'm interested in whatever you're cooking, or are you not cooking on this? Are you not cooking on YouTube yet? But if you are, send me what you got. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm looking forward to updates, man. Yeah, right now, unfortunately, yeah, I got caught up in fucking Illustrator mode for a period, but I mean, it wasn't a huge deal because it gave me, because I am I don't know if I mentioned this while you were in chat, but I am actually writing the game directly into Japanese, and then I'm going to translate it into English after. And that's a little slower. That it took some practice to even get to the point where the Japanese I'm writing can be, used with some native help. I need natives to look over it still. But so taking some time to do the Illustrator lark for a little bit was kind of fine because I needed some time to practice my Japanese output and stuff a little bit more and stuff, but. Honestly, I'm ready to like fucking shit a demo out like ASAP. Like I just want to get a demo shit out like ASAP because I'm sick of sitting on this thing. I just want to get the fucking demo out. The demo is gonna be fire too. The demo is gonna be really sick. It's gonna cover a whole segment that should be pretty cool. Art based on 3D models converted to sprites. Yeah, Unreal Engine is definitely complex stuff. I was like, oh, I figured Godot. I'm just gonna call it Godot because I hate saying Godot. I feel uncool saying Godot. I like the Godot shit because it's just basically Unity, and I already had like experience with Unity and shit, and everything's pretty simple, but Unreal looks like if I had time to just mess around for fun, I would probably try to make some Unreal shit. So maybe one day after this project's done. But yeah, right now I just want to shit out. This demo ASAP. It's ruining AAA. The Unreal homogeny. The cheap Unreal look. Alright, what did we learn from this? We learned that, yeah, this has the same thing with the kind of hazy, the very hazy, subtle softs. Everything's a little bit harder on this. What did we learn? I get the feeling I've been modeling for weeks and I haven't gone. Yeah. We'll never live in a time like that again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no one. It's like impossible. We'll never see it. Get John Blow making his engines. I guess I'll put in a little bit of. Yeah. I mean, I hear you, man. Like, cause like even with I assume you don't have. Do you not have a team yet? Because even with me, with like my current like two-man team, basically, effectively, like, it's a lot of work to do a two-man team. But like a one-man team is, that's even harder to gain ground. If it's on a one-man team, it can feel like you're not moving at all. Like two-man team can feel like you're flying compared to a one-man team even, and two-man team is still tricky to get things moving. The main thing that's been tricky for me is just because we were really doing we were really just playing the Illustrator game for a little bit, but you have 2 hours, but you do that type of thing. Yeah, waiting for his programming language. Yeah. Yeah, Unity slow. So yeah. Yeah, I want to if you want to see a quick showcase, since you're here, I'll show you a quick showcase of the I'll show you a quick showcase of like a prototypal battle screen in action, real quick. I'll fire it up right now, and then I'll go to bed because I'm like falling asleep there. Good amount of creatures just spit out ideas. Yeah. See, that's the problem. That's the problem, is that you're gonna get people who, you know, they're not like, you know, it's like the Mythical Man month book. It's like, it's not about the number of people. It's about how much fucking worth they actually have. How the fuck do I? Okay, here it is. All right, let's. This is not what the actual game is going to look like in terms of the sprites. The sprites will be like all nice and polished and animated and not drawn by me. They're going to be not quick sketches by me. They're going to be like really nice, polished, animated art by my brother. But here is, and the UI is going to be revamped. You know, the whole nine. The whole. This is a product in development spiel. But oh shit, no, don't look at that. Actually, all right, go back. We are going to, what we're going to do is we're going to turn on desktop audio capture. Yeah. And hopefully this is not like fucking loud. Hopefully this does not become ear rape. I don't know how loud that is. I'm going to turn that down a little bit just in case that's too loud. Okay, so we got our menus. You can use a spell. There's only one spell coded in Foley right now. But yeah, you can use your spell. And it actually does real damage. There's the description of what the spell does. There's going to be a whole little info menu that tells you like what enemies you're up against and all that shit. You can select your enemy. There's only one enemy to select right now. And then we're going to fire off the spell. Boom. That's how much, yep. We just fired the spell off. So it's a little basic preview of what to expect, but it's going to be, the actual thing is going to be like, you know, 100 times cooler than that, because it's going to have nice, actual, carefully drawn art. The sound design is nice. Did you make it? Yes, I actually thank you for complimenting that, because I was really picky. Yes, it's very pixelated because it's not going to actually, it's going to be nice and polished. That is literally me taking normal res sketches and just fucking crunching them in, just literally just crunching them in you know, what do you call it? Just literally like crunching them. Like I just took this sketch I drew and I just fucking crunched it down. Like it's not proper pixel art. It's just a normal thing. It's just a normal sketch just fucking crunched. It's not actual like pixel art. The actual game will have like actual pixel art. Yeah, it's just like this sketch, just literally just sized down. So the actual game, just picture the most fucking beautiful, amazing pixel art you've ever seen, and picture it animated, because that's what it's gonna actually look like. And yes, the sound design, I literally was like picky as fuck about those sound effects, so I'm actually very thankful you complimented me. I literally went back and forth, like not kidding, like 20 times trying different sound effects till I finally like made ones I liked. I tried all sorts of different things, saw all sorts of different ways of making sound effects, and I finally got it like just right, and I was like happy with it. Thoughts on the Fediverse? Oh yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, there's the whole like virtual land and all that shit. The whole thing is fucking creepy and dystopian feeling. But at the same time, I don't feel like it's going to go anywhere. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe it will go somewhere. I hope not, though. I assume that's what you're talking about, unless I'm missing something. But. All right. Well, thank you, Random Bag, for. It's nice to meet another. Yes. Yeah. Twitter is kind of back. Exactly. Yeah. It's nice to see someone else trying to make a game and shit. Tomorrow we're doing more just like art practice, but I promise after that you're gonna see actual game dev in action. You're gonna see the real deal. We're gonna get the devlog out. It's gonna be fucking Kino. But yeah, let me know. Keep me posted here and there. I'm gonna try to stream every day I can. I took a little hiatus for like almost 2 weeks, but there probably won't be many more. So. I'll be back in the morning. I'll probably just get up and just fucking drink my coffee and just throw the stream right on. So show up if you want. And thank you everyone who showed up. Yeah, likewise. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'll probably stick around for your stream. It's nice to find. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, man. And keep me filled in if anything interesting happens. So thank you everyone who showed up. Stay based in Otaku. I will see you in the morning.